Hey guys, tonight we are drifting back, way back, to a time when the world was younger, the gods were a bit more hands-on, and a really big, rather shiny fellow was about to make his debut on the sunny shores of ancient Crete. Imagine yourself there, the air thick with the scent of wild thyme and the salty tang of the Aegean Sea. The sun, a relentless, molten gold disk, beats down on rugged landscapes where life is. Well, let's just say if you were suddenly dropped there without your smartphone and a decent pair of sandals, you probably wouldn't survive this particular historical theme park for very long. The snack options alone were notoriously unreliable. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. It really does help the channel find other sleepy history enthusiasts. And hey, why not let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is? I love seeing how far these stories travel. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You find yourself stirring, not in your familiar bed, but on a patch of warm, coarse grass overlooking a sparkling expanse of impossibly blue water. The light filtering through your eyelids is intense, a rich, honeyed gold that speaks of early morning in a world untouched by the grey gauze of modernity. As you slowly sit up, a gentle breeze, carrying the scent of salt and something else, something wild and floral, perhaps Didney or rockrose, ruffles your decidedly non-synthetic tunic. You blink, trying to get your bearings. There are no familiar sounds, no distant traffic, no hum of electricity, just the rhythmic sigh of waves on a pebbly shore below and the chirping of unseen insects. This is the Bronze Age, an era stretching roughly from 3300 to 1200 BCE, depending on which part of the world you happen to be. And you, lucky dreamer, have landed squarely in the Aegean, on the island of Crete. It's a place that would become the cradle of Europe's first advanced civilization, the Minoans, a people known for their stunning palaces, vibrant art, and somewhat mysterious customs. Historians still argue whether the Minoans were a predominantly peaceful thalassocracy, a sea-based empire ruling through trade and influence, or if their impressive, labyrinthine palace structures and artistic depictions of weapons suggest a more complex, perhaps more guarded, reality. One thing is for sure, they knew how to build. Imagine sprawling complexes like Knossos or Phaistos, not just as royal residences, but as bustling centers of administration, storage, religion, and craft. Navigating one would be an adventure in itself. It's like an IKEA, but with more bull-leaping frescoes and decidedly fewer meatballs. You rise, a little unsteady, and make your way down a gentle slope towards the shore. The landscape is ruggedly beautiful, olive groves with their gnarled, ancient-looking trunks, stands of dark cypress trees pointing skyward, and rocky outcrops tumbling down to meet the sea. The beaches aren't the soft, sandy expanses of tourist brochures, but rather stretches of smooth, sun-warmed pebbles that clatter softly under your bare feet. The sea itself is a living entity, shades of sapphire, turquoise, and deep indigo, so clear you can see fish darting amongst the rocks in the shallows. Out on the horizon, the silhouettes of other islands, perhaps the Cyclades, float like hazy purple clouds. This sea is the lifeblood of the region, a highway for trade, a source of sustenance, and sometimes, a bringer of unwelcome visitors. Forget cruise ships with buffet lines, think more along the lines of, hope this wooden tub with its single square sail doesn't spring a leak before we see land, or a kraken. Though, krakens were more of a northern fancy, if memory serves. As the sun climbs higher, the warmth intensifies, baking the earth and drawing out the aromatic scents of the garriga, the low-growing, scrubby vegetation typical of the Mediterranean. You might see evidence of early Minoan life, a small fishing village nestled in a cove, with simple stone houses and fishing nets drying in the sun. Or perhaps, further inland, you'd stumble upon a more substantial settlement, its walls built from rough-hewn stones, with smoke rising from a communal hearth. The air would be filled with the sounds of daily life, the bleating of goats, the rhythmic thud of a potter shaping clay, the distant song of someone working in the fields. The Minoans were skilled artisans. Their pottery, decorated with elegant marine motifs like octopuses and dolphins, was highly prized throughout the eastern Mediterranean. They were also master metalworkers, crafting intricate jewelry from gold and bronze, and tools and weapons that were both functional and beautiful. This is the Bronze Age, after all, and bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, was the high-tech material of its day, revolutionizing warfare, agriculture, and art. Imagine the glow of a freshly cast bronze sword, or the intricate details on a ceremonial bronze vessel. There's a certain heft, a certain permanence to bronze that iron just doesn't quite capture in the same way. One rather delightful quirky tidbit about Minoan culture is their apparent fondness for vibrant, dynamic frescoes. These weren't just static portraits of stern-faced rulers, they depicted lively scenes of nature, marine life, elaborate ceremonies, and the famous bull leaping, where agile athletes vaulted over charging bulls. Whether this was a sport, a religious ritual, or a bit of both is still debated, but it certainly suggests a culture with a taste for excitement and a deep connection to the natural world, and perhaps a rather cavalier attitude to health and safety. You wouldn't find many liability waivers in ancient Crete, that's for sure. But this idyllic, sun-drenched island, rich in resources and artistry, with its burgeoning trade routes and its relatively unfortified coastal settlements, could also be vulnerable. Its very wealth and beauty might attract envious eyes from across the sea. The pirates of the Aegean were a known menace, and larger, more organized powers were beginning to flex their muscles. In such a world of myth and burgeoning empires, of gods who walked among mortals and heroes who performed impossible deeds, the desire for a steadfast, unwavering protector might begin to stir in the collective consciousness of the islanders. A guardian not of flesh and blood, prone to weariness or fear, but something more, enduring. Something as strong and resilient as the bronze that defined their age. The stage is being set, the materials gathered, for a creation unlike any seen before, a gentle giant whose woes would echo through the ages, beginning, as all things do, under the watchful gaze of a Bronze Age dawn. The warm, sun-drenched Cretan shore begins to shimmer, the scent of thyme and saltwater fading, replaced by something altogether different. The light behind your eyelids shifts from golden to a fiery, pulsating orange. You feel a subtle vibration through the ground, a rhythmic thrumming that seems to resonate deep within your chest. As your dream self drifts, you find yourself drawn towards this new, intense sensation, as if pulled by an invisible current. The air grows warmer, drier, carrying the sharp, metallic tang of superheated metal and a faint whiff of sulfur. It's hotter than a dragon's armpit in a sauna, a profound, ancient heat that speaks of creation and immense power. You are now within, or perhaps on the periphery of, a vast, cavernous space. It might be deep within the earth, or perhaps nestled in a volcanic crater on a mythical mountain like Olympus or Etna, for this is no ordinary workshop. This is the divine forge of Hephaestus, the Olympian god of blacksmiths, craftsmen, artisans, sculptors, metallurgy, fire, and volcanoes. And there he is, the master smith himself, his powerful, heavily muscled form silhouetted against the raging heart of a furnace that burns with the intensity of a captured star. Hephaestus, often depicted as lame, perhaps from a fall from Olympus or a congenital condition, the myths vary, moves with a focused grace, his lameness no impediment to the raw power and artistry he wields. His brow is furrowed in concentration, sweat gleaming on his soot-stained skin, his eyes reflecting the incandescent glow of the molten bronze. He's so engrossed, he probably wouldn't notice if Zeus himself popped in asking to borrow a cup of molten bronze, assuming Zeus was foolish enough to try and drink it. The sounds here are immense, yet strangely rhythmic, almost hypnotic. The colossal bellows, perhaps worked by unseen cyclopes or his own ingenious mechanical helpers, sigh and roar like sleeping giants, breathing life into the flames. Then there's the percussive symphony, the sharp hiss of cooling metal, the deep, resonant clang of hammer on anvil, a sound that seems to shake the very foundations of the world, yet falls into a steady, almost lulling beat. It's the heartbeat of creation itself. You might even catch a glimpse of Hephaestus's famed golden attendants, mechanical maidens he forged himself, moving silently and efficiently, assisting their master. This quirky detail from the myths, these early robots, highlights the ancient fascination with artificial intelligence and craftsmanship. Scholars sometimes ponder whether the myths of Hephaestus and his automatons reflected early Greek encounters with sophisticated technologies from other cultures, or perhaps simply their own burgeoning engineering aspirations and a vivid imagination for what could be possible. Before the god, upon a massive, fire-scarred anvil, or perhaps within a giant mold pit dug into the cavern floor, lies the object of his intense labor. It's a colossal figure, still taking shape, but unmistakably humanoid. This is no mere statue, it's an undertaking of breathtaking scale and ambition. You see the rough outline of immense limbs, a broad torso, a powerful head. This will be Talos. Hephaestus works with tools that dwarf any mortal equivalent, hammers that would take a dozen men to lift, tongs that could pluck a whale from the sea. With each calculated strike, he shapes the cooling, yet still pliable, bronze. Sparks fly like miniature comets, briefly illuminating the cavernous space before arcing down to the dusty floor. The process is mesmerizing. Perhaps he's employing a version of the lost wax casting method, a technique known and refined during the Bronze Age. Imagine a core of clay, roughly shaped like the intended giant. Over this, a thick layer of wax would be meticulously sculpted, forming the exact details of Talos' form, every plate of his imagined armor, every rivet, every contour of his metallic muscles. Then, this wax model would be encased in another layer of clay, forming an outer mold, with channels and vents carefully placed. When this entire assembly is heated, the wax melts and drains away, hence lost wax, leaving a hollow cavity between the inner core and the outer mold. It is into this void that Hephaestus would pour the molten bronze, a flowing river of liquid fire, sourced from vast crucibles that simmer and bubble in the heart of the forge. The sheer volume of bronze required would be staggering, a testament to the wealth of materials available to a god. You watch as Hephaestus, with an artist's eye and an engineer's precision, ensures the metal flows evenly, filling every nook and cranny of the mold. This isn't your average high school metal shop project, that's for sure. The slightest miscalculation could result in a catastrophic failure, a flaw in the giant's structure. But Hephaestus is a master. His movements are economical, powerful, each one the result of eons of practice. He might chant or murmur ancient incantations, words of power that bind the metal, imbue it with strength, or perhaps even a spark of rudimentary consciousness. As the section of bronze begins to cool and solidify, changing from a dazzling orange-white to a deep red, and finally to the familiar, rich hue of aged bronze, you can almost feel the immense power locked within the metal. The air shimmers with the residual heat. Hephaestus steps back for a moment, his critical gaze scanning his handiwork. He might consult ancient blueprints scrolled on fire-resistant parchment, or perhaps the design exists purely in his divine mind. The scale is almost impossible to comprehend. A single hand of this emerging figure is larger than a mortal man. The curve of a shin, the breadth of a shoulder, all speak of a being designed to dwarf mountains, to stride across landscapes with impunity. The work is far from over, of course. This is just one component, or one stage in a much larger, more complex assembly. But the essence of Talos is there, in the cooling metal, in the divine intent of his creator. The air, despite the heat and the clamor, begins to feel heavy with anticipation, the slow, rhythmic sounds of the forge a powerful lullaby. You are witnessing the birth of a legend, forged in divine fire, destined for a lonely vigil on a distant, sun-kissed shore. The raw power is almost palpable, yet there's a strange serenity to the scene, the focused, creative energy of the god shaping something monumental, something that will endure long after mortal memories fade. The very air seems to hum with nascent purpose, a silent promise of the giant to come. The rhythmic clang of Hephaestus's hammer fades slightly into the background, not ceasing, but allowing another presence, another layer of this unfolding dream, to emerge. The intense, fiery glow of the forge seems to brighten further, but it's a different quality of light now, less the raw heat of molten metal, and more a brilliant, almost electric radiance, as if a storm cloud packed with lightning decided to pay a personal visit. You sense a shift in the atmosphere, a charge in the air, the kind that makes the tiny hairs on your arms stand on end. Hephaestus himself, ever focused, pauses for a moment, his head tilting almost imperceptibly, a sign of acknowledgement to a power even he must respect. For into the heart of this subterranean or volcanic domain steps Zeus, king of the gods, lord of Olympus, wielder of the thunderbolt. His presence is undeniable, filling the vast space with an almost palpable aura of authority. He doesn't need to shout, his quietest word carries the weight of mountains. He might appear as a majestic, bearded figure, his eyes crackling with latent power, or perhaps as a more ethereal being of light and storm. However you perceive him, there's no mistaking the top deity on the Olympian org chart. When the king of the gods asks you to build a giant bronze security system, complete with rock-throwing capabilities, you don't exactly ask if it comes with a warranty or query the energy efficiency rating. And it is Zeus who has commissioned this extraordinary undertaking. The grand design for Talos originates from the mind of the Olympian patriarch. As Hephaestus continues his meticulous work, shaping and refining the colossal bronze form, you begin to understand the why behind it all. Zeus's motivations, as is often the case with gods, are a blend of the personal and the strategic. One prominent thread in the tapestry of myth links Talos directly to Europa. You might remember her story, a Phoenician princess of exquisite beauty, catching the ever-roving eye of Zeus. To woo her, or rather, to abduct her without too much fuss from his understandably wary wife Hera, Zeus transformed himself into a magnificent white bull, gentle and fragrant, mingling with her father's herds. Europa, charmed by the creature, adorned its horns with flowers and eventually climbed upon its broad back. That was her travel itinerary sorted. The bull promptly charged into the sea, swimming with her all the way to the island of Crete. It's a classic Zeus move, really. His little black book of romantic conquests was probably more of a multi-volume epic saga, often involving some rather creative cosplay. Having, shall we say, secured Europa on Crete, Zeus, in some versions of the tale, wanted to provide her with a suitable protector. And what better gift for your new, well, for Europa, than a giant, tireless, bronze guardian? Flowers and chocolates are nice, but a 3-story tall metal guardian who can patrol an entire island 3 times a day. That's a statement gift. One hopes she liked a fixer-upper, or at least appreciated the sentiment behind a nearly indestructible security detail. So, Talos was conceived as Europa's personal bodyguard, a deterrent against any who might seek to harm her or disturb her newfound, divinely enforced peace on the island that would eventually bear her name continentally. In other variations of the myth, Talos is less a personal gift to Europa and more a guardian for the entire island of Crete, given by Zeus to King Minos, Europa's son, or, in some accounts, Zeus's own son raised by Asterion, the then king of Crete. Minos, a figure of immense legendary importance, a lawgiver and ruler of a powerful maritime empire, would certainly have benefited from such a formidable protector. Mount Ida, on Crete, was considered a sacred site, one of the legendary birthplaces or childhood homes of Zeus himself, hidden from his rather peckish father, Cronus. This direct connection makes Zeus's desire to protect Crete, his childhood haunt, if you will, quite understandable. The island was a jewel of the Aegean, a hub of culture and trade, and therefore a tempting target. Mythologists continue to debate the precise original function of Talos in Cretan belief systems. Was he primarily a solar deity, given his gleaming bronze form and tireless circling, an agricultural protector ensuring the island's fertility, or purely a personification of border defense, a very literal, keep out, sign? Perhaps he was all these things, his story evolving over time. What remains consistent is his role as a guardian, a sentinel forged for a specific, divine purpose. Imagine the threats: brazen pirates sweeping down from the sea to plunder coastal villages, rival powers attempting to gain a foothold on the strategically vital island, or simply unwelcome strangers whose intentions were suspect. Talos was to be the first line of defense, a terrifying spectacle designed to make any would-be aggressor think twice, or perhaps thrice, and then probably sail away very quickly in the opposite direction. His role wasn't just to fight, but to deter. His very presence was a declaration of Crete's protected status. Hephaestus, then, is not merely indulging his artistic whim. He is an instrument of Zeus's will, his incredible skill directed towards a purpose that serves the Olympian order and the security of a favored mortal realm. The creation of Talos is an act of divine intervention, a tangible manifestation of Zeus's power and his concern, however self-serving or geopolitically motivated it might appear to our modern sensibilities, for the island of Crete. The colossal figure taking shape in the fiery heart of the forge is being imbued not just with metal and heat, but with a profound sense of duty, a pre-programmed directive from the highest authority in the cosmos. He will be the unblinking eye, the tireless limbs, the unwavering shield. His story is beginning to take on its destined weight, a narrative forged as much by divine decree as by Hephaestus's hammer. The bronze giant is not just an automaton, he is a symbol of divine protection, a promise, and perhaps, a warning. The thunderous pronouncements of Zeus, echoing with divine authority and purpose, still resonate in the air around you, settling like dust motes in the fiery light of Hephaestus's forge. The image of the king of gods commissioning this colossal bronze guardian is a powerful one, fitting neatly into the grand tapestry of Olympian mythology. But as you continue to watch the shimmering, half-formed giant, another thought, a whisper from a different corner of ancient lore, begins to take shape in your mind. What if the sparks in that great forge were guided not by a god's hand, but by the astonishing intellect and ingenious skill of a mortal man? What if the true architect of Talos was none other than Daedalus? Daedalus. The name itself is synonymous with cleverness, artistry, and invention in the ancient world. He was the master craftsman, the Leonardo da Vinci of the Bronze Age, a figure whose legendary skills in architecture, sculpture, and engineering were unparalleled among mortals. His resume, if he'd ever bothered to write one, would be pretty impressive: labyrinths designed to confuse even the most astute bull-headed individuals, artificial wings prototyped, though with some noted minor issues regarding solar proximity, self-moving statues that blurred the line between art and life, advanced carpentry tools developed. The list goes on. He was the go-to guy if you needed something impossible built, a problem solved with unparalleled ingenuity. And significantly, Daedalus spent a considerable, and rather dramatic, portion of his career in Crete, in the service of King Minos. So, you ponder this alternative. Imagine Daedalus, perhaps having already constructed the intricate labyrinth to house the Minotaur, or devised the cunning wooden cow for Queen Pasiphae, a story best left for another sleepy night, perhaps, being approached by King Minos with a new, even grander challenge: "Daedalus, my brilliant friend," you can almost hear Minos say, his voice a low rumble, "our island, our prosperous kingdom, needs a guardian. Something formidable. Something that will make even the boldest pirate reconsider his life choices." If Daedalus were the creator, the process would have been different, yet no less wondrous. Instead of raw divine power compelling the bronze to obey, there would be meticulous calculation, intricate designs sketched on papyrus or wax tablets, endless experiments with levers, gears, and perhaps even primitive hydraulics or clockwork mechanisms, all conceived within the confines of a human, albeit extraordinarily gifted, mind. Picture Daedalus, his brow furrowed in intense concentration, not unlike Hephaestus, but with a more frantic, human energy. His workshop wouldn't be a divine, fire-belching cavern, but perhaps a sprawling complex near the palace at Knossos, filled with apprentices, tools of his own invention, and countless models and prototypes. The sourcing of such vast quantities of bronze would be a monumental logistical feat for a mortal kingdom. The engineering challenges of casting and assembling a creature of Talos' purported size, some say as tall as 3 men, others much, much larger, would be staggering. How would he make it move? Myths of Daedalus often credit him with creating statues that could walk and even speak. Perhaps Talos was the ultimate expression of this particular skill set. You can almost envision Daedalus poring over anatomical studies, figuring out the articulation of giant joints, the balance required for such a behemoth to stride purposefully around an entire island. You can bet the instruction manual for a Daedalus-built Talos, if one ever existed, would be incredibly complicated, pages and pages of detailed schematics, probably written in Linear A with absolutely no pictures and a very stern, no user-serviceable parts inside warning printed somewhere prominent. There's a certain compelling allure to this version. It grounds Talos, just a little, in the realm of human achievement, however fantastical. It speaks to the boundless potential of mortal ingenuity. Classicists often discuss whether figures like Daedalus represent a collective memory of genuine Bronze Age technological innovation, personifying the era's remarkable advancements in engineering, metallurgy, and artistry, all condensed into one legendary inventor. His stories might be the embellished echoes of real breakthroughs made by unsung craftsmen and engineers of the past. Of course, Daedalus, like many a genius, had his human flaws. There's the rather dark and quirky tidbit about his nephew. Depending on the source, the young man was named Perdix or Talos, or even Kalos, a confusing echo of our bronze giant's name, though likely an entirely separate mythological thread. This nephew was himself a brilliant inventor, credited with creating the saw, inspired by a fish's backbone or a serpent's jawbone, and the potter's wheel. Daedalus, consumed by jealousy at his protégé's burgeoning talent, is said to have pushed him from the heights of the Acropolis in Athens. Athena, ever watchful, transformed the falling boy into a partridge, forever bearing the mark of his near-fatal plunge. It's a stark reminder that even the most gifted mortals can succumb to base emotions. It makes you wonder, if Daedalus did build Talos, what personal demons or ambitions, besides King Minos's request, might have fueled such an obsessive, monumental creation. So, who was it? The god of the forge, Hephaestus, working under the direction of Zeus, creating a being of divine substance and purpose? Or the mortal master craftsman, Daedalus, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and skill to their very limits, and perhaps a little beyond? If Talos did break down, you might ponder who you'd rather call for technical support, Olympian customer service. Please hold, Zeus is currently busy smiting someone, your call is moderately important to us, or Daedalus' already overstretched workshop. He's a bit tied up with a Minotaur-related plumbing issue right now, can he call you back in a century or two? The myths, as they so often do, offer us choices, layers of meaning. Perhaps both narratives hold a piece of the truth, or perhaps Talos' origins are deliberately shrouded, allowing him to be both a product of divine will and a testament to human aspiration. As you drift, letting these possibilities wash over you, the image of the great bronze figure remains, whether hammered into existence by a god or meticulously assembled by a man. He is slowly, surely, taking form, destined for the shores of Crete, a silent, gleaming promise of protection, and a whole host of Bronze Age woes yet to come. Whether it was the divine hand of Hephaestus, guided by the far-seeing command of Zeus, or the peerless, earthly genius of Daedalus, painstakingly assembling cogs and plates, the moment eventually arrives. The colossal undertaking, the forging or construction of the great bronze guardian, is complete. The fires in the divine forge bank a little lower, or the last rivet is hammered home in Daedalus' sprawling Cretan workshop. A hush falls, a breath held in anticipation, for Talos is ready. You imagine yourself now, back on the sun-drenched shores of Crete, perhaps near one of the magnificent palace complexes like Knossos or Phaistos, whose sprawling courtyards and vibrant frescoes speak of a sophisticated and prosperous society. The air is warm, carrying the familiar scents of the sea and wild herbs. There's a buzz of excitement, a current of rumor that has likely rippled through the towns and villages. Something momentous is about to occur. Let's first follow the thread that paints Talos as a very personal, if somewhat oversized, gift for Europa. Picture her, the Phoenician princess who now finds herself a queenly figure on this island, perhaps still a little bewildered by the dramatic turn her life has taken, courtesy of a divine bull with a penchant for long-distance swimming. One morning, she is summoned, or perhaps Zeus himself, in a suitably impressive but perhaps less zoomorphic form this time, leads her to a vantage point overlooking a wide, open bay. And there he stands. Talos. His bronze skin, untarnished and new, gleams with an almost blinding intensity under the Aegean sun, reflecting the blue of the sky and the deeper blue of the water. He is immense, towering over the landscape, a figure of burnished metal shaped into the likeness of a powerful man, yet clearly something more, something other. There are no visible joints in the divine version, just smooth, perfect plates of bronze seamlessly fitted together. If Daedalus had a hand, perhaps you'd notice the incredible precision of his articulated limbs, the subtle genius of his mechanics. Europa might gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. Is it fear? Awe. Or perhaps a dawning understanding of the sheer scale of divine favor, or possessiveness, that has just been bestowed upon her. Zeus, with a magnanimous gesture, might explain, "My dear Europa, this is Talos. He will guard you, and this island which is now your home. No harm shall befall you while he watches." Hope she had a big enough thank you card for that. Or maybe a really, really big fruit basket. What exactly do you get the God King who gives you a several story tall, fully automated metal dude as a housewarming present? Alternatively, if Talos is presented to King Minos for the protection of all Crete, the scene might unfold with more ceremony. Imagine the king, surrounded by his court, priests, priestesses in their elaborate flounced skirts and open bodices, a rather distinctive Minoan fashion statement, nobles, and perhaps even visiting dignitaries from other Aegean lands. They gather on a high cliff or a specially constructed platform. Then, with a great cry or a blast of ceremonial horns, Talos is revealed, perhaps striding into view from a hidden cove, or simply there, where he wasn't before, a silent, colossal testament to power. The reaction would be one of profound wonder, perhaps tinged with a healthy dose of trepidation. This wasn't exactly the kind of charmingly rustic garden gnome you might pick up at the local palace nursery. This was more along the lines of a guard the entire island from any and all existential threats, up to and including rogue titans and overly ambitious pirates kind of installation. The neighboring islands, upon hearing the news, must have been a bit put out. "Oh, you got a new ceremonial olive tree? That's nice. We got a 3-story tall, self-propelled bronze giant. No big deal, really. Just makes our property values skyrocket and our enemies think twice." Europa, in her own right, remained a significant figure in Cretan lore. It's a fascinating historical tidbit that her image, often depicted riding the bull, appeared on ancient Cretan coins centuries later, a testament to her enduring importance in the island's foundational myths and identity. Her story, and by extension the gift of Talos, cemented Crete's special connection to the divine. Historians and archaeologists still debate the extent to which Cretan society was matriarchal or matrifocal, given the prominence of goddesses and powerful female figures in their art and religion. Figures like Europa, or the snake goddesses, certainly invite speculation about complex gender roles and divine female lineages in Minoan culture. Regardless of who the primary recipient was, the message Talos conveyed was unambiguous: Crete was under formidable protection. He stood as a towering token of divine favor if from Zeus, or a symbol of unmatched Minoan ingenuity if from Daedalus. His presence was a silent, constant promise of security. You can imagine the islanders, after their initial shock, beginning to feel a sense of profound safety. Their shores were watched by an entity that did not sleep, did not tire, and was made of the strongest material their age knew. He was the ultimate deterrent, a walking, gleaming embodiment of, "You shall not pass." His impassive bronze face, set high above, would offer no comfort, no friendly wave. His purpose wasn't companionship, it was vigilance. As he stands there, newly animated or freshly unveiled, the sunlight glinting off his metallic shoulders, you feel the shift. The island is no longer just a beautiful landmass, it is a fortress, and this magnificent, slightly terrifying creation is its primary sentinel. The gentle lapping of the waves against the shore now has an underscore, the silent, waiting presence of the bronze giant, ready to fulfill his ancient, and rather weighty, job description. The woes, of course, are yet to come, but for now, there is only the gleam of new bronze and the silent promise of an unwavering watch. The initial gasps of awe and perhaps a little bit of nervous throat clearing that greeted Talos' presentation eventually subside, like ripples smoothing out on a calm sea. A new rhythm begins to assert itself on the island of Crete, a rhythm measured by the steady, inexorable circuits of its newly appointed metal guardian. The silent promise of security now takes on a tangible, mobile form. You watch, from a safe and sleepy distance, as Talos takes his first deliberate, earth-shaking steps, embarking on the duty for which he was so meticulously crafted. If he is of Hephaestus's divine make, his movements might be unervingly smooth, almost silent despite his immense size, a giant gliding with supernatural grace. If Daedalus's ingenious hand was the primary architect, you might hear the faint, deep thrum of internal mechanisms, a rhythmic grinding and whirring, like a colossal clockwork heart beginning to beat, a sound that would, in time, become as familiar to the Cretans as the sigh of the wind through the olive groves. His first patrol. Imagine the ground trembling subtly, a deep resonance felt more in the bones than heard with the ears, as he strides forth. Birds might take to the air in startled flocks, and the local goat population, famous for their nonchalance, probably developed nerves of steel over time, or perhaps just learned to schedule their dramatic fainting spells to not coincide with his precise passing. Crete, as you may know, is Greece's largest island, a long, rugged spine of mountains and valleys stretching over 260 kilometers from east to west. Patrolling this entire coastline, as myth claims Talos did 3 times a day, is a feat that defies mortal comprehension. His Fitbit, had such a device existed in the Bronze Age, would have been absolutely off the charts. Congratulations, Talos, you've completed your 10,000 steps, in the last 5 minutes, apparently, while also circumnavigating a major landmass. Perhaps the 3 times a day is a more symbolic number, signifying his constant, unwavering vigilance, his presence felt everywhere, always. Or maybe, just maybe, he was really, really fast. You follow him in your drifting thoughts as he begins his circuit. He would stride along the cliff tops, his bronze form a stark, gleaming silhouette against the azure sky. He would wade through shallow bays, the water parting around his colossal shins like insignificant ripples. From his great height, he would witness the panorama of Cretan life, tiny fishing boats bobbing like corks on the waves, farmers tending their terraced fields, smoke rising from the hearths of villages nestled in sheltered coves. He sees the sacred peak sanctuaries, high on the mountains, where Minoans left offerings to their enigmatic deities. This island, in all its varied beauty and burgeoning civilization, is now under his silent, unwavering watch. For the islanders, the sight of Talos would initially be a spectacle of unparalleled proportion. Imagine children, brave or simply curious, scampering to vantage points to catch a glimpse of the distant, shining giant as he passes along their stretch of coast. Fishermen, mending their nets, would pause, their gaze drawn to the horizon where his form might appear, a moving mountain of bronze. Over time, however, even the most extraordinary phenomena can become familiar. The shock would lessen, replaced by a kind of ingrained awareness. He would become a fixture of the Cretan landscape, as much a part of their world as Mount Ida or the wine-dark sea. Stories would be woven, of course. Parents might tell their children, "Be good, or Talos will, well, he'll probably just continue his patrol, but he'll be very quietly disappointed in you from a great distance." Archaeologists and mythographers often wonder if the myth of Talos patrolling Crete served as a kind of symbolic demarcation of Minoan territory and maritime control in an era of increasing Aegean interaction and competition. His constant circling wasn't just about fending off the occasional pirate, it was a statement, a way of saying, "This is our domain, protected and inviolable." His presence would have been a powerful psychological tool, reinforcing the island's sovereignty. Did his patrol routes become marked on the land? Were their paths worn by his immense tread, or did he move with such care, or such divine lightness, that he left little trace beyond the awe he inspired? Perhaps coastal villages developed a Talos schedule, knowing roughly when his shadow might fall across their homes or when the ground might hum with his approach. Properties with a Talos view might have even commanded a premium, offering a daily reminder of their unique protector, unless, of course, he was a Talos occasionally stands right in front of your prime ocean view for an hour, kind of giant. That could get a bit annoying, even for the most grateful citizen. A quirky but relevant tidbit for seafarers of the era is that ancient mariners, lacking advanced navigation tools like compasses or GPS, which, to be fair, was still a few millennia away from being invented, often preferred to hug coastlines whenever possible. Sailing in sight of land was simply safer and more reassuring. This makes Talos' coastal patrol exceptionally effective. Any ship approaching Crete with less than friendly intentions would have a very high probability of a close encounter with a very large, very bronze, and very unwelcoming committee of one. His beat was perfectly chosen. And so, Crete's metal guardian settles into his role. The sun rises and sets, casting his long shadow that sweeps across the land and sea. The seasons turn, from the bloom of spring poppies to the olive harvests of autumn, and Talos walks on, tireless, unchanging. He is the ultimate sentinel, a constant in a world of flux, his gleaming form a familiar, if still breathtaking, part of the horizon. The island breathes a little easier under his watch, this magnificent, slightly terrifying, and utterly unique protector. His woes are still far off, slumbering in the future, but his legend is being forged with every steadfast step he takes. As Talos continues his tireless circuits, his gleaming bronze form a familiar yet profoundly mysterious presence against the Cretan skyline, you begin to reflect on the very idea of such a being. He is, in essence, an automaton, a self-moving, artificial creation endowed with a purpose. And while he might be the most famous metallic guardian of the ancient world, the concept itself isn't entirely unique to his legend. The human imagination, it seems, has long been fascinated with the idea of crafting artificial life, of breathing purpose into inanimate materials. Hephaestus himself, as we touched upon in his fiery forge, was said to have created other mechanical marvels, those golden attendant maidens who assisted him, imbued with intelligence and speech. Pandora, the first woman in some Greek myths, was not born but meticulously constructed by Hephaestus and Athena on Zeus's orders, a beautiful but deceptive creation. Across different cultures and ages, similar themes emerge, tales of statues that weep or speak, of golems animated by sacred words, of intricate clockwork figures that mimic life with uncanny precision. These stories blur the line between the mundane and the magical, the crafted and the truly alive. This leads you to a gentle, sleepy contemplation of a question that still sparks quiet debate among scholars. Historians, archaeologists, and mythologists still argue, often with a gentle academic fervor usually reserved for discussing the proper steeping time for tea, whether tales of ancient automatons like Talos were purely the stuff of imaginative myth-making, or if they were perhaps inspired, even in a very distant and embellished way, by encounters with or knowledge of early forms of robotics or complex mechanical devices. On one hand, it's easy to see these stories as purely symbolic. Talos could represent the impregnable defense of an island, the terrifying power of nature, or the embodiment of divine justice. Myths, after all, are often the language of the subconscious, expressing deep-seated human hopes, fears, and aspirations about creation, divinity, and our own place in the cosmos. They don't necessarily need a basis in physical reality to be powerful and enduring. Perhaps Talos is simply a grand metaphor, a product of a rich oral tradition where storytellers vied to create the most awe-inspiring figures. It's like that fishing story that starts with a small, unassuming minnow and, after a few generations of enthusiastic retelling, ends with a battle against a ship-sinking kraken. Maybe someone saw a particularly clever temple door mechanism and a few centuries later, boom, giant metal island patrolling guardian. Yet, the alternative is tantalizing. Could these stories have been sparked by glimpses of actual, albeit rudimentary, ancient technologies? The Bronze Age itself was a period of incredible innovation. The mastery of metalworking, the construction of monumental architecture like the Minoan palaces, and the development of sophisticated seafaring all point to a high degree of technical skill. While it's highly unlikely anyone in the Bronze Age was building AI-powered, bipedal robots as we'd understand them today, imagine trying to troubleshoot a glitchy automaton back then. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Might not be the most helpful advice when it is a 3-story bronze giant and the off switch is a closely guarded divine secret located somewhere near its ankle. They were certainly capable of impressive feats of engineering. Consider the historical fact of the Antikythera mechanism. Discovered in a Roman-era shipwreck but dating to the 2nd or 1st century BCE, this incredibly complex astronomical calculator, with its interlocking bronze gears, demonstrates a level of mechanical sophistication that astonished researchers. It's much later than the supposed time of Talos, of course, but it proves that ancient peoples possessed a far greater understanding of mechanics than they were once given credit for. Could simpler, earlier versions of such ingenuity have existed? perhaps hydraulic systems that animated statues in temples, or clever contraptions that produced sounds or movements that seemed miraculous to the uninitiated? There are intriguing, if sometimes vague, references in ancient texts to just such things. Egyptian priests were said to use hidden mechanisms to make temple statues appear to nod or speak, lending divine authority to their pronouncements. Heron of Alexandria, writing in the 1st century CE, described numerous automata, including self-opening temple doors, coin-operated holy water dispensers, and even a primitive steam engine. Again, this is later, but the inventive spirit was clearly present in the ancient world. Could stories of these marvels, perhaps exaggerated as they traveled across cultures and centuries, have contributed to the myth of something as grand as Talos? It's a fascinating thought. The ancient Greeks didn't have Asimov's 3 laws of robotics, but a kind of law 0, don't accidentally step on the king, or for that matter, any important olive groves would probably have been a good foundational principle for a giant automaton like Talos. The what-if factor is undeniably potent. What if there were forms of knowledge, of engineering prowess, that were lost to time, surviving only as fantastical echoes in myth? It paints a picture of the ancient world not as a primitive precursor to our own, but as a place of its own unique wonders and mysteries, some of which we may never fully unravel. The quirky tidbit about talking statues, or oracular heads, often believed to be divinely inspired, sometimes had very human mechanics behind them, hidden chambers for priests, speaking tubes, or cleverly designed acoustics. This deliberate blurring of lines between the divine and the artificial, between faith and engineering, might have made the idea of a divinely willed, yet physically constructed, being like Talos all the more believable, or at least all the more compelling as a story. So, as Talos continues his silent, metallic march around the sleeping island of Crete, he remains forged in mystery. Is he purely a figment of poetic imagination, a symbol given form in legend? Or is there, hidden deep within his bronze heart, a spark, however faint, of some forgotten human ingenuity, some lost technological marvel that inspired awe and whispered tales for millennia? The beauty of it, as you drift deeper into relaxation, is that you don't have to decide. The mystery itself is a soft, comfortable blanket, woven from the threads of myth and the tantalizing possibilities of the ancient past. The mystery surrounding Talos' own creation, whether divine decree or human ingenuity breathed life into his bronze shell, naturally leads your sleepy thoughts to wander further. You begin to recall that the ancient world, much like our own, was profoundly fascinated by the idea of artificial life, of beings crafted rather than born. Talos, in his metallic grandeur, isn't an isolated case of a manufactured marvel, he's part of a whole whispered chorus of automatons and artificial entities that echo through the corridors of myth and legend. Think again of Hephaestus, the divine smith, whose workshop, as Homer tells us, hummed with more than just the forging of weapons and armor. Those golden handmaidens, whom we've briefly glimpsed, were said to be endowed with not just movement, but also with intelligence and voice, rushing to support their master as he walked. They were, in essence, self-aware helpers, a divine precursor to the automated assistants we envision today. His workshop must have been the ultimate maker space of Olympus. If you could dream it, he could probably build it, and it would likely be fireproof and slightly grumpy, much like its creator on a bad day. The very gates of Olympus, according to Homer, were automatoi, self-moving, hinting at a world where even divine infrastructure possessed a degree of engineered autonomy. And then there's Pandora, often called the first woman. She wasn't born of mortal parents but was sculpted from earth and water by Hephaestus, at Zeus's command, with each god and goddess contributing a gift, beauty from Aphrodite, cunning from Hermes, and so on. She was, in a sense, a divinely assembled being, beautiful and alluring, but also carrying that infamous jar, or box, depending on the storyteller, filled with all the troubles of the world. She was basically the original, some assembly required, companion, complete with a "do not open under any circumstances" accessory that, of course, immediately got opened. Classic human, or divinely engineered human-like, behavior. The inventive prowess attributed to divine or legendary figures didn't stop at helpful or decorative creations. Consider the fearsome Caucasian eagle, another of Hephaestus's purported creations, forged from bronze to enact Zeus's eternal punishment upon the Titan Prometheus, by daily feasting on his regenerating liver. This was an automaton designed for a grim, relentless task, a chilling example of artificial life dedicated to torment. You have to wonder if there were any ancient philosophical debates about automaton rights. Does my bronze eagle get overtime for extra tormenting duties, perhaps some hazard pay? Unlikely, but it's a fun, drowsy thought to entertain. The theme even touches upon the deeply personal, as with the story of Pygmalion, the Cypriot sculptor who carved an ivory statue of a woman so beautiful and perfect that he fell deeply in love with it. He named her Galatea and prayed to Aphrodite, who, moved by his devotion, brought the statue to life. Here, the line between automaton and divinely animated being blurs completely, fulfilling a creator's deepest desire. It speaks to that timeless human yearning to breathe life into art, to transcend the boundaries between the inanimate and the animate. This fascination wasn't confined solely to the Greek world, though their myths are particularly rich with such examples. Whispers of similar wonders can be found in other ancient cultures. Egyptian priests, as we've noted, were reputed to animate statues of their gods during temple rituals, using clever mechanics or acoustics to create an illusion of divine presence that would have been utterly convincing to the faithful. Further afield, ancient Chinese texts, like the Lizi, contain tales of remarkably lifelike mechanical men and artificial birds, suggesting that the dream of creating artificial life was a shared human preoccupation, cropping up independently in different corners of the globe. Folklorists and anthropologists often debate whether this recurring motif of artificial beings in global mythology reflects a universal human archetype related to creation, consciousness, and perhaps even a primal fear of our own creations, or if specific technological advancements in different eras and regions uniquely spurred these narratives forward. Philo of Byzantium, an engineer and writer from the 3rd century BCE, compiled works on mechanics and even a guide to the 7 wonders of the ancient world. His writings, and those of others like him, sometimes described paradoxa, marvels of ingenuity, including war machines, hydraulic systems, and other devices that, for their time, must have seemed almost magical. These accounts show a definite taste for, and appreciation of, technological wonders and clever contrivances. It's not hard to imagine how tales of such real, if comparatively simple, mechanisms could become embellished over time, growing in scale and capability with each retelling, eventually culminating in legends as grand as that of Talos. These echoes of automatons, from the helpful to the horrifying, from the divinely wrought to the lovingly sculpted, all speak to a deep-seated human impulse, the desire to understand, to replicate, and perhaps even to control the spark of life itself. They explore themes of creation, the nature of consciousness, the responsibilities of a creator, and that uncanny feeling when something artificial seems just a little too real. As you drift further, lulled by these ancient whispers of manufactured beings and animated statues, Talos himself seems less an anomaly and more a particularly spectacular example of a long and venerable tradition of dreaming about artificial life. His metallic footsteps on the Cretan shore join a chorus of whirring gears, whispered incantations, and the silent prayers of creators throughout the ancient world. From the chorus of ancient automatons and the whispered legends of artificial life, your sleepy focus now drifts gently back, in on the star of our show, the primary subject of our gentle, meandering story, Talos himself, the bronze behemoth of Crete. Having considered his origins and his place among other mythical constructs, let's take a moment to truly appreciate his sheer physical presence, to gaze in our mind's eye upon his colossal form. Imagine him standing sentinel on a high Cretan cliff, the vast expanse of the Mediterranean Sea stretching out before him, a rippling tapestry of sapphire and silver under the midday sun. How tall is he, this metallic guardian? Accounts vary, as they so often do in ancient myths passed down through generations of storytellers. Some suggest he was merely the height of 3 exceptionally tall men, which is still quite imposing. Others paint a picture of a being far grander, a true colossus who could stride over hills and whose head might trouble the lower-lying clouds on a misty morning. He wasn't just tall for his age, he was tall for pretty much any age, ever. Probably had a fantastic, unobstructed view of the entire island, though finding hats in his particular size would undoubtedly have been an absolute nightmare, had he ever felt the need for millinery. His most striking feature, of course, is his skin, or rather, his shell. It is forged entirely of bronze, that remarkable alloy of copper and tin that defined an entire epoch of human history. Bronze was the material of heroes, of kings, of gods. It was used for the sharpest weapons, the most resilient armor, and the most revered statues. And Talos is the ultimate bronze statue, brought to life. When new, his metallic hide would not have been the familiar greenish-blue patina we often associate with ancient bronze artifacts today. That color comes from centuries of oxidation, the slow kiss of time and weather. No, the quirky and rather dazzling tidbit is that newly cast or well-maintained bronze shines with a fiery, reddish-gold brilliance, like the dying embers of a colossal forge, or the rich hue of polished copper. So, picture Talos not as a dull, weathered green giant, but as a radiant figure, his entire body gleaming as if lit from within, reflecting the sunlight in dazzling, almost blinding, flashes. He would have been a true beacon, visible for miles across the sea, a moving pillar of fiery light. His skincare routine, had he needed one, must have been remarkably intense. Step 1, polish vigorously. Step 2, apply more polish. Step 3, politely request pigeons to find alternative roosting locations. Very straightforward, really. You watch as he moves, each step deliberate and powerful. If of divine Hephaestian make, his joints might be seamless, his motion unnervingly fluid for such a massive entity. If Daedalus' human genius was behind his construction, perhaps you'd see the intricate articulation, the massive plates and rivets, the subtle indications of an incredibly sophisticated internal mechanism, all working in silent, or near-silent, harmony. His form is perfectly humanoid, yet undeniably other. His face, set high above, is likely impassive, an unreadable mask of burnished metal, perhaps noble, perhaps stern, but offering no hint of emotion. He wasn't exactly designed for witty banter or expressing subtle disappointment, after all. Art historians and archaeologists sometimes speculate on the specific artistic conventions that might have influenced mythical descriptions of colossal statues like Talos, wondering if they drew from the monumental art of the Near East, with its towering depictions of kings and deities, or if the concept was a purely Hellenic imaginative leap, born from their own burgeoning skills in bronze casting and sculpture. Whatever the inspiration, the image he presents is one of overwhelming strength and unwavering resolve. Consider his interactions with the environment. When he wades into the sea to intercept an approaching ship, the water would surge and boil around his mighty ankles and shins, parting before him as if in deference. When he strides along the rocky coastline, loose stones might skitter and fall from the cliffs beneath his tread, the ground itself thrumming with his passage. His shadow, a vast, moving patch of coolness, would sweep across olive groves and vineyards, a fleeting eclipse that would cause laborers to look up from their work in momentary awe, even after years of his presence. He wasn't exactly a master of disguise, was he? "Darling, have you seen Talos around this morning?" one Cretan might ask another. Well, is he the several-story tall, gleaming bronze giant currently blocking out a significant portion of the sun to the west? Yes, dear, I think I might have just spotted him. The sheer visual impact of such a being, a bronze behemoth against the natural beauty of Crete, the stark white of its limestone cliffs, the deep green of its cypress trees, the vibrant hues of its wildflowers, is hard to overstate. He is an intrusion, yet also a protector, a thing of artifice in a world of natural forms, yet dedicated to preserving the peace of that world. He is a paradox in gleaming metal, a silent testament to the power that called him into being. As the sun sets, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, his bronze skin would catch the fading light, glowing with a warm, internal fire before gradually becoming a dark, formidable silhouette against the star-dusted velvet of the night. Even in darkness, his presence would be felt, a silent, watchful giant under the gentle gaze of the moon. Gazing upon the magnificent bronze shell of Talos, this towering, gleaming behemoth now a steadfast fixture of the Cretan landscape, you might begin to wonder about the inner workings of such a being. What animates him? What flows within that intricate metallic frame instead of the warm, crimson blood that courses through mortal veins? For a creature of his stature and seemingly tireless nature, born of divine will or unparalleled human ingenuity, ordinary biology simply wouldn't suffice. The answer, whispered in the oldest myths, lies in a substance as rare and wondrous as the gods themselves, ichor. You learn, as your thoughts drift deeper into the lore of ancient Greece, that ichor is the ethereal fluid, the very lifeblood of the Olympian gods and other divine beings. It's not blood in the mortal sense, it's something far more refined, more potent. Imagine it not as the dark red liquid you know, but perhaps as a shimmering, golden substance, or maybe clear and luminous, like liquid light, or even carrying a subtle, otherworldly fragrance, something akin to ambrosia or nectar, the food and drink of the gods. The ancient texts are often poetic rather than clinically precise on its exact appearance, leaving much to your sleepy imagination. This divine fluid is intrinsically linked to the gods' immortality. While they could be wounded, and indeed often were during their surprisingly frequent squabbles and epic battles, as detailed in Homer's Iliad, where deities like Aphrodite and Ares dramatically bleed ichor when injured by mortal heroes, the loss of ichor, while painful, was not fatal to them in the way catastrophic blood loss is to a human. Their divine first aid kit was rather different from ours. If a god, say, scraped their ethereal knee during a particularly enthusiastic thunderbolt-throwing session, they wouldn't be reaching for a cartoon character bandage and some mundane antiseptic. It would be more along the lines of, "Oh drat and bother, I've spilled some of my divine essence. Quick, someone fetch the ambrosia-soaked gauze and perhaps a tiny lyre to play a soothing tune." Their wounds, you see, healed with remarkable speed, leaving no lasting scars or debilitating effects. They were immortal, after all. A bit of spilled ichor was more of an inconvenience, a divine ouchie, than a genuine threat to their eternal existence. And Talos, our bronze guardian, though a construct, is animated by this very same divine fluid. Whether Hephaestus channeled it directly from some Olympian reservoir or Daedalus discovered a way to synthesize a potent, ichor-like substance through legendary artifice, this is what flows within him, giving him his tireless strength and his connection to the divine. His internal plumbing, filled with pure, potent ichor, must have been absolutely top of the line, a masterpiece of divine or mythical engineering. No rusty pipes or celestial blockages for this fellow, at least not under normal operating circumstances. This elevates Talos beyond a mere mechanical man. He is, in a very real sense, infused with a spark of divinity. This ichor, however, was not always benign to mortals. Some accounts suggest that direct contact with the undiluted essence of a god could be harmful, even corrosive or fatal, to a mere human. It was too pure, too potent for a mortal frame to withstand. You probably wouldn't want to get an ichor stain on your favorite chitin or peplos, for instance. Oh dear, is that a shimmering, possibly corrosive divine fluid stain on my best linen? Those are notoriously impossible to get out, and might just dissolve the tunic altogether. It served as another clear distinction between the ephemeral lives of humans and the everlasting, powerful existence of the gods. Classicists and philologists occasionally discuss, in that wonderfully sleepy academic way, whether the concept of ichor was purely a literary device developed by poets like Homer to vividly differentiate gods from mortals in epic narratives, or if it perhaps held deeper philosophical or even proto-scientific significance in ancient Greek thought regarding the fundamental nature of divinity and life itself. Was it simply a storytelling tool, or did it reflect more profound beliefs about the essence of what it meant to be immortal? For Talos, this ichor is his life force, the current that animates his bronze limbs and allows him to perform his ceaseless patrol. It is contained within him, circulating through his metallic body, perhaps through a single, vital vessel, a unique internal channel that distributes this precious, animating fluid. And in this very detail, this reliance on a contained, flowing essence, lies a subtle hint of a vulnerability we will explore later, a single point of frailty in an otherwise invulnerable being. But for now, you simply absorb this knowledge, adding another layer to your understanding of the bronze behemoth. He is not just metal and mechanics, he is imbued with something far more sacred, something that ties him directly to the immortal realm. The ichor within him hums with a quiet, divine energy, a silent testament to his extraordinary nature. It is the secret of his endurance, the ethereal fuel for his unending vigil, and a fundamental aspect of his very being, setting him apart from all other creations on the island of Crete, and indeed, in the mortal world. Now that you understand the precious, divine nature of the ichor that animates Talos, that shimmering, life-giving fluid of the gods coursing within his mighty bronze frame, a crucial, almost whispered detail about his otherwise invulnerable construction begins to drift into focus. For even a being as formidable, as divinely protected or ingeniously engineered as Talos, carries within him the seed of his own undoing, a single, specific point of frailty that contrasts sharply with his overwhelming strength. It's a classic trope, a faint, almost melancholic melody playing beneath the grand symphony of his power. You discover that all the vital ichor within Talos, the entirety of his animating essence, doesn't circulate through a complex network of veins and arteries like it would in a mortal body. Instead, myth tells us it flows through one single, continuous vessel. Imagine this channel, perhaps like a delicate glass tube hidden within the massive bronze casting, running the entire length of his body, from somewhere high in his neck or head, down through his torso, his mighty legs, and terminating in one of his ankles. Just one. All his divine, battery acid, so to speak, contained in a single, very long, and presumably quite important pipe. And at the very end of this solitary vessel, nestled discreetly in that chosen ankle, is the linchpin of his existence, a bronze nail, or perhaps a tightly fitted plug, or even a pin. Some variations of the myth describe it with minute detail, a specially forged nail, perhaps hammered in by Hephaestus himself with a final, divine tap, or meticulously placed by Daedalus with a craftsman's sigh of completion. This small, almost insignificant piece of metal is all that seals the system, all that keeps the precious, life-sustaining ichor contained within Talos. It's a bit like building the most advanced, impenetrable fortress imaginable, complete with laser moats and dragon-guarded towers, and then leaving the back door unlocked with a note saying, "Please wipe your feet." Or, more aptly, it's akin to the Death Star and its rather famous, and ultimately quite problematic, thermal exhaust port. Okay team, he's invulnerable, except for this one tiny spot right here by his foot. Try not to tell anyone, okay? Especially anyone with a grudge or a particularly pointy stick. This, then, is his single weakness. His Achilles heel, though in Talos' case, it's more accurately an Achilles ankle pin. If this bronze nail were to be dislodged, if it were to be removed or even just loosened sufficiently, the consequences would be immediate and catastrophic for the bronze giant. The divine ichor, his very life force, would drain away like wine from a punctured wineskin, gushing out onto the Cretan soil, leaving him an empty, lifeless shell of gleaming metal. His strength would fade, his movements would cease, and the great protector of Crete would simply stop. You'd think a secret of such magnitude, the literal key to deactivating an island's primary defense system, would be kept under tighter wraps. It would ideally be on a strict, need-to-know basis, and basically, only his creator, be it Hephaestus or Daedalus, really needed to know. Spreading that kind of sensitive information around is just asking for trouble, like posting your bank PIN on a public notice board. Yet, as with so many secrets in the tapestry of myth, this one, too, will eventually find its way into the wrong hands, or perhaps the right hands, depending on your perspective and allegiance. The irony is palpable. Talos, covered head to, almost, toe in impenetrable bronze, capable of withstanding any conventional assault, is ultimately vulnerable to something so small, so seemingly minor. His immense strength is tethered to this tiny, almost insignificant point. It's a very Greek theme, this juxtaposition of overwhelming power and a singular, often hidden, flaw. It serves as a reminder that nothing, not even a divinely animated bronze giant, is truly perfect or beyond the reach of fate. Talos probably had to be extra careful during any hypothetical pedicures, assuming giant bronze guardians even indulged in such elaborate self-care routines. Just a gentle polish, please, and for the love of all the gods on Olympus, do not touch the special nail. That one's load-bearing, in a very vital, ichor-related way. This motif of a single point of vulnerability in an otherwise invincible hero or creature is a recurring theme in mythology worldwide. Achilles, as we mentioned, had his heel. The Norse hero Siegfried had a spot on his back where a linden leaf had fallen, preventing the dragon's blood from making him entirely invulnerable. This places Talos within a recognizable and ancient narrative tradition. Mythologists often discuss whether this recurring motif serves as a symbolic representation of the inherent flaws present even in the grandest displays of strength, a cautionary tale about hubris, or perhaps more pragmatically, simply a necessary plot device to allow for the eventual defeat of these colossal beings in heroic narratives. After all, if the hero can't find a chink in the armor, the story gets rather short and uneventful. Some more obscure or quirky versions of the Talos myth suggest that the vein itself was protected by only a thin membrane of skin at the ankle, and the bronze nail was there to secure this delicate covering. Others say the nail itself was made of a different, perhaps more vulnerable material than the rest of his bronze form, or that it was hidden with particular cunning. These variations all underscore the critical, secret nature of this one fragile point. For now, this knowledge of his vulnerability hangs in the air, a subtle shadow lengthening behind the gleaming figure of the bronze guardian. He continues his patrol, unaware, or perhaps stoically accepting, of this intimate secret he carries. But the seed of future drama has been sown, a quiet promise that his story will involve more than just endless, untroubled circuits of a peaceful island. His single weakness, so small, so precise, awaits its moment on the stage of myth. Knowing now of his hidden flaw, that single, vulnerable point in his otherwise impenetrable ankle, Talos' relentless patrol around the shores of Crete takes on a new, almost poignant quality. There's a quiet dignity in his ceaseless vigil, a silent understanding of the duty he performs despite the secret he carries. You decide, in the soft and yielding landscape of your imagination, to accompany him on one such circuit, to experience the island through the eyes, or at least from the towering perspective, of this unblinking bronze sentinel. The myths tell us he circled Crete thrice daily. As we've considered, for an island as vast and rugged as Crete, this is a pace that transcends mortal capability, speaking volumes of his supernatural endurance. Forget your fancy energy drinks and protein power bars. Talos, it seems, ran on pure, grade A divine ichor and an unwavering, pre-programmed sheer force of will. His steps per day count would utterly shatter any fitness tracking app known to modern man. Perhaps, as you drift along with him, you can feel the immense, rhythmic power of his stride, a steady, earth-shaking beat, or conversely, an almost preternatural silence if his divine construction allows for such stealth despite his size. Let's imagine this particular patrol begins with the dawn. The eastern sky is a soft blush of rose and pearl as Talos stands on a high promontory, the night's chill still clinging to his metallic skin. Below him, the Aegean Sea is a calm, dark mirror, reflecting the first tentative rays of sunlight. As the sun climbs, his bronze form catches the light, transforming him from a shadowed colossus into a pillar of fire. He begins to move, his shadow stretching long and distorted before him. From his incredible height, the world unfolds like a living map. He sees the jagged spine of the White Mountains, their peaks perhaps still dusted with snow even as warmth bathes the coast. He passes over fertile plains where tiny figures, the island's human inhabitants, are just beginning their day, their morning cook fires sending thin plumes of smoke into the still air. He sees the intricate patterns of olive groves, the dark green sentinels of cypress trees, the vibrant splashes of wildflowers clinging to rocky hillsides. Local birds, after generations of his presence, probably had to file revised flight plans with their avian authorities. Urgent bulletin, avoid giant, shiny, periodically walking obstruction, coordinates variable, between the hours of sunrise and, well, sunrise again. His gaze is ever outward, towards the sea. This is his primary domain, the border he is sworn to protect. He scans the horizon for any unfamiliar sail, any flotilla that might signal hostile intent. The waves crash far below, a constant, soothing rhythm. He might see dolphins leaping in the surf, or the dark shape of a whale breaching in deeper waters. The maritime traffic of the Bronze Age Aegean, Minoan trading ships with their distinctive single square sails, perhaps fishing vessels from nearby islands, or even the occasional exploratory craft from more distant lands, all pass under his unblinking scrutiny. Ancient sailors often used prominent coastal landmarks for navigation. A giant, gleaming, moving bronze statue would have been an unforgettable landmark, though perhaps one you'd choose to navigate discreetly away from if your intentions weren't entirely above board. Steer a course 2 points to starboard of the impossibly large, rather stern-looking metal gentleman, lads. Maritime archaeologists and historians often debate the practical range and effectiveness of ancient coastal patrols and surveillance systems, wondering if myths like Talos' extraordinary thrice-daily circuits reflect an idealized vision of total coastal control that was perhaps aspired to, rather than practically achieved, by Bronze Age maritime powers. His patrol is the ultimate expression of that aspiration. As midday approaches, the sun is directly overhead, beating down relentlessly. His bronze skin would be hot to the touch, shimmering in the heat haze. He might wade through shallow, turquoise bays, the cool water a momentary caress against his ankles, always being careful, one presumes, around that one very special ankle. He continues his circuit, past bustling port towns with their busy quays and storehouses, past quiet, secluded coves where fishermen mend their nets. He is a constant, a given. He must have been absolutely amazing at staring contests, by the way. Though, admittedly, not many mortals or even minor deities would likely dare to challenge him. The potential psychological stakes would be a bit high. The afternoon wears on, the shadows beginning to lengthen once more, this time stretching out behind him. The light softens, turning the landscape golden. Perhaps he passes close to one of the many peak sanctuaries dotted across Crete's mountains, where the Minoans left their offerings, tiny clay figurines, double axes, pottery. Did they ever leave an offering for Talos himself? A small, polished bronze charm, perhaps, laid at the foot of a cliff he was known to frequent? It's a gentle thought. As dusk settles, painting the sky in hues of violet and indigo, Talos completes his circuit, or perhaps one of his 3. The stars begin to prick the darkening velvet overhead. His form becomes a dark silhouette against the last vestiges of twilight, perhaps only the faintest gleam of starlight reflecting off a shoulder or his impassive brow. He does not rest. He does not sleep. He is the unblinking sentinel, his purpose unwavering, his patrol eternal. You feel the deep, resonant peace of his ceaseless vigil, a lulling rhythm that soothes the edges of your awareness as you drift along in his monumental, silent company. As Talos completes another silent, relentless circuit, his bronze form momentarily eclipsing the moon before striding on into the Cretan night, your thoughts drift from his stoic, metallic dedication to the flesh and blood people he protects. How did the ordinary Cretan islanders, living their daily lives under his colossal shadow, truly feel about their tireless, and perhaps occasionally terrifying, guardian? Was it all comforting security and grateful sighs, or was there a more complex tapestry of emotions woven into their relationship with this giant of bronze and ichor? Undoubtedly, a profound sense of gratitude must have been a primary thread. In an age where maritime dangers were rife, where coastal communities could be easy prey for pirates seeking plunder and slaves, or for ambitious chieftains looking to expand their territories, Talos represented an unparalleled security system. Imagine the peace of mind for a fisherman setting out in his small boat, knowing that the island's shores were watched by an invulnerable sentinel. Think of the merchant, his ship laden with precious cargo, fine pottery, olive oil, wine, perhaps even rare metals like tin from distant lands, approaching his home port, his anxieties about raiders eased by the distant, reassuring glint of Talos on the horizon. This protection would have fostered an environment where trade could flourish, where communities could prosper, and where people could sleep a little sounder in their beds. Minoan civilization, particularly in its palatial periods, was remarkably advanced with extensive trade networks. Safeguarding these vital economic lifelines and cultural centers would have been of utmost importance. Yet, alongside this gratitude, there must have also been a healthy dose of fear, or at least a profound, reverent awe. Talos was not human. He was a being of immense power, dwarfing their homes, their temples, their very selves. His impassive bronze face offered no readable emotion, no friendly reassurance. When the ground subtly trembled with his distant approach, was it always a comforting sensation? Or did a little shiver sometimes run down the spine, a primal reminder of the sheer, untamed power that walked their land? You'd certainly hope Talos had excellent divine or Daedalian liability insurance. So sorry about your prize-winning olive grove there, King Minos. My sincerest apologies. I'll endeavor to be somewhat less, monumentally large next time I pass through. Over generations, of course, his presence would normalize. Children would be born into a world where Talos was as much a feature of the landscape as Mount Ida. They would hear the stories, perhaps point with wide-eyed wonder as his distant form traversed a ridgetop. But what kind of stories would they be? Would he be the heroic protector in all their fireside tales, the benevolent giant? Or would he also feature as a slightly scary figure in cautionary tales used to keep youngsters from wandering too close to the cliffs or the sea after dark? Mind your manners and eat your lentils, little one, or Talos might, well, he'll probably just continue his patrol with quiet, metallic disapproval, but let's not risk it, eh? Cretan children probably played pin the nail on the Talos only in whispered, daring games, and most certainly not when he was anywhere in the immediate, or even distant, vicinity. There's also the quirky tidbit that in many cultures, fearsome-looking guardian figures, think of temple lions in Asia, or the gargoyles perched on medieval European cathedrals, serve an apotropaic function. Their very fearsomeness is designed to ward off evil spirits or hostile forces. Talos, in his colossal, intimidating glory, could easily be seen as the ultimate apotropaic symbol for the entire island of Crete, a terrifying deterrent not just to mortal enemies but perhaps to less tangible malevolences as well. What of their religious or superstitious views? Was Talos seen as a direct blessing from Zeus, a tangible sign of divine favor for Minos and the Cretan people? Did priests and priestesses incorporate him into their rituals, perhaps offering prayers for his continued smooth operation or libations to the earth he walked upon? Or was there a more cautious reverence, a sense that such a being, while protective, was still fundamentally alien, a power to be respected from a safe distance? If he were a clanky deadless model, one can only imagine the occasional awkward, tentative conversation a village elder might try to have with a palace official. Esteemed overseer, about Talos, we deeply appreciate the, vigorous protection. Truly. But could he perhaps, patrol a tad more quietly between the hours of 2 and 4 in the morning? The baby is a remarkably light sleeper, and the rhythmic clanking, while no doubt a deterrent to ne'er-do-wells, is playing havoc with his nap schedule. Social historians and mythologists often ponder the deeper psychological impact of such powerful, othered, protectors on a populace. Does it foster a sense of secure dependency, allowing a society to flourish under a shield of invincibility? Or does it subtly infantilize, creating an undercurrent of anxiety about the protector itself? What if it malfunctions? What if its programming corrupts? What if its immense power is ever turned inward? The relationship was likely a delicate balance, a constant negotiation between relief and respect, familiarity and fear. Talos was their shield, their sleepless guardian, their metal shepherd. But he was also a constant, towering reminder of forces beyond their full comprehension or control, a bronze enigma forever pacing the edges of their vibrant, sun-drenched world. His presence shaped their reality, their stories, and perhaps even their dreams, in ways we can only gently imagine as we, too, drift towards the edges of our own awareness. While the Cretans themselves, living day by day under the watchful gaze of Talos, navigated their complex blend of gratitude, awe, and perhaps a touch of underlying unease, for those approaching the island from the vast, wine-dark sea, the reaction to their first encounter with the Bronze Guardian was likely far less nuanced and considerably more urgent. Imagine yourself now not as an islander, but as a mariner, a seafarer in the Bronze Age, your wooden ship creaking rhythmically as it cuts through the Aegean waves. Land ahoy! After days or even weeks at sea, with nothing but water and sky, the sight of Crete rising from the horizon, a hazy, mountainous silhouette, would be a welcome one. It means fresh water, perhaps trade, a respite from the endless motion of the ocean. Your captain consults his mental map, a mixture of experience, landmarks passed down through generations of sailors, and perhaps a healthy dose of hopeful guesswork. The crew is animated, pointing, chattering, anticipating landfall. Then, someone with sharper eyes, perhaps the lookout perched precariously in the simple crow's nest, cries out. Not about the land itself, but about something on the land, or rather, something that seems to dwarf the land. A distant glint, like the sun catching a shard of mica on a massive scale, or a star fallen to earth. As your ship draws closer, propelled by sail or oar, this glint resolves itself into a shape. A colossal, humanoid shape. Moving. Made of bronze. Disbelief would be the first wave to wash over the deck. Sailors are famously superstitious, and the sea is full of strange wonders and terrifying monsters in their tales, but this? This is something new. What in Poseidon's salty beard is that? The grizzled captain might exclaim, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his bronze sword, a gesture more of habit than any practical defense against what he is witnessing. Binoculars are millennia away from being invented, so you are all straining your eyes, your hearts beginning to pound a little faster. The scale of the thing is almost impossible to process from sea level. It towers over the cliffs, making the tallest cypress trees look like mere shrubs. The sun gleams off its metallic hide, making it appear like a god descended from Olympus, or a titan from an earlier, more chaotic age. This is Talos, and he has seen you. Now, the mood on board your ship shifts dramatically depending on your intentions. If you are, let's say, a crew of opportunistic pirates, your initial thought upon sighting Crete might have been, juicy target. Rich palaces, unsuspecting coastal towns, plenty of plunder for the taking. That enthusiasm would now deflate faster than a punctured goat bladder. Most pirate crews operated on a fairly straightforward risk versus reward calculation. Wealthy, undefended port scores very high on the reward side. Wealthy port guarded by a skyscraper-sized, boulder-hurling metal dude who looks like he eats pirates for breakfast scores catastrophically low on the reward side and pretty much maxes out the entire risk meter. There would be frantic, whispered consultations. Are you seeing that, Captain? I see it, Blastolos, I see it. Perhaps the fishing is better over towards Lesbos this season. Crete just got unticked from the list of potential raiding spots with remarkable alacrity. If you are honest traders, perhaps on a familiar route, your reaction might be less outright terror and more profound awe, mixed with a healthy dose of caution. You know of Crete's protector, his legend would have spread through every port and anchorage in the Aegean. Still, seeing him is different. You'd insure your ship's insignia, marking you as friendly merchants from a known trading partner, is clearly visible. Approaching ships probably had a special, universally recognized, "We come in peace, please don't squish us, and we have some lovely pottery to trade," flag. Extra large. Maybe with a picture of a particularly cute lamb on it. You'd watch Talos carefully. Does he turn his massive head towards your vessel? Does he pause in his patrol? Or does he simply continue his circuit, his very presence a silent acknowledgement that you are noted, and your peaceful passage is, for now, tolerated? Maritime historians often discuss how much soft power or deterrence was projected by major Bronze Age centers through impressive fortifications, visible naval strength, and perhaps even through the deliberate cultivation and spread of intimidating myths and legends designed to discourage potential aggressors. Talos is the ultimate embodiment of such projected deterrence. And if you are diplomats or messengers from another kingdom, your first sight of Talos would be a sobering reminder of the power you are about to treat with. He is the visual manifestation of Cretan might, or at least, Cretan divine favor. Any thoughts of making unreasonable demands or adopting a high-handed tone in negotiations might be quietly revised downwards as you sail under the gaze of this silent, metallic giant. The Aegean Sea in the Bronze Age was a bustling highway, a complex network of vital trade routes, but it was also a place of frequent skirmishes, piracy, and shifting allegiances. A strong, unbreachable coastal defense, whether forged by gods or men, would have been a game-changer in the regional power dynamics. Talos ensures that anyone approaching Cretan shores considers their intentions very, very carefully. The dread he inspires in the hearts of would-be enemies is as potent a defense as any wall or army. You can just imagine the sailors' tales growing with each retelling in distant taverns. He wasn't just bronze, you see, he had eyes that shot fire. And he could command the very waves. And he made it rain, really, really scary fish. The legend of Crete's guardian would serve as its first, and perhaps most effective, line of defense, long before any ship even touched its shores. The profound dread inspired by Talos, that chilling unease that settled upon any mariner approaching Cretan shores with less than honorable intentions, wasn't just a figment of superstitious sailors' imaginations or based solely on his imposing, gleaming appearance. For those foolish, desperate, or perhaps just incredibly misinformed enough to ignore the silent, towering warning of his presence and continue towards Crete with hostile designs, a far more direct and devastating demonstration of his defensive capabilities awaited. His primary method of engagement, you learn, was brutally simple, yet terrifyingly effective. He threw rocks. Very, very large rocks. Imagine a pirate ship, its dark sail emblazoned with some fearsome, if rather cliché, emblem, a poorly drawn skull, perhaps, or a rather angry-looking squid. They've ignored the distant warnings, perhaps mistaking Talos for an unusual rock formation or an optical illusion, or maybe they're just an exceptionally overconfident, and soon-to-be ex-pirate, crew. As they draw closer to the Cretan coast, Talos, in his ceaseless patrol, identifies them. Perhaps it's their aggressive approach, their lack of a recognized friendly signal, or simply a divine or programmed instinct that flags them as a threat. He doesn't shout warnings, nor does he engage in lengthy diplomatic overtures. His response is swift and unequivocal. You witness him pause in his stride, his massive bronze head perhaps tilting slightly as he assesses the incoming vessel. Then, with an ease that belies the incredible forces involved, he stoops. His hand, larger than the ship's entire mainsail, closes around a jagged boulder nestled on the cliff face or a colossal rock worn smooth by millennia of waves on the shore. These aren't just hand-sized pebbles, mind you. We're talking projectiles ranging from the size of a small chariot to that of a modest shepherd's cottage. Definitely not something you could just casually duck or deflect with a sturdy shield. With the rock held firmly in his grasp, he rises to his full, towering height. There's a moment of terrible, suspended silence, broken only by the distant cry of gulls and the frantic, suddenly terrified shouts from the doomed ship. Then, with a movement that is either a testament to Hephaestus's divine engineering or Daedalus's unparalleled understanding of leverage and mechanics, Talos hurls the massive projectile. It sails through the air with astonishing speed and terrifying accuracy, a miniature mountain arcing towards its target. You'd certainly hope he had good aim, or at least a solid understanding of acceptable collateral damage parameters. Oops, so sorry, folks, was aiming for the menacing pirate ship, not your lovely seaside taverna with the excellent calamari. My sincerest apologies. The impact is cataclysmic. A Bronze Age wooden ship, however sturdily built, stands absolutely no chance against a direct hit from a Talos-thrown boulder. There's an explosive sound of splintering timber, shattering masts, and the horrified screams of the crew, abruptly cut short. The ship might break apart instantly, spilling its contents and its unfortunate occupants into the churning sea. Or perhaps the rock punches straight through its deck, sending it rapidly to the bottom, a newly created artificial reef, courtesy of Crete's overzealous security system. The effectiveness of this defense mechanism is undeniable. It's hard to argue with a well-aimed geological missile. Incidents like these, even if only witnessed from a great distance by other, wiser sailors, probably led to a significant number of pirates abruptly reconsidering their chosen career paths. You know, Thrasimachos, I've always thought accounting seemed like a remarkably steady, less rockfall-intensive profession. Perhaps we should look into night classes. Ancient coastal defenses did, in fact, often include catapults, ballistae, and other engines for launching projectiles at enemy ships, though these were, of course, on a vastly smaller and less personal scale than Talos methods. The idea of projectile defense from the shore was a very real military concept. Talos simply takes it to its mythical, logical, and terrifying extreme. The image of giants or the one-eyed cyclopes, like Polyphemus in the Odyssey, hurling huge boulders is a recurring and potent motif in Greek mythology. Talos fits perfectly into this archetype of raw, elemental, brute force defense, a personification of the land itself rising up to repel invaders. Mythologists sometimes analyze the specific methods of attack attributed to mythical guardians like Talos, such as this devastating rock throwing, to understand how ancient cultures perceived and personified overwhelming power and the most terrifying forms of natural or supernatural defense available in their conceptual landscape. It speaks to a primal fear of being crushed, of irresistible force. While rock throwing was his signature move, some whispers in the ancient texts suggest Talos had other, equally unpleasant ways of dealing with unwelcome visitors, particularly those who managed to make landfall. It was said he could heat his bronze body to an incandescent temperature and then embrace his enemies in a searing, fatal hug. A truly terrible way to go, and one that would certainly discourage any repeat business from that particular group of intruders. Whether he heated the rocks he threw as well is a matter of some sleepy speculation, but it certainly adds another layer of nope to the entire encounter. For now, however, you picture those mighty volleys of stone, the swift, decisive action of the bronze guardian ensuring that Crete's shores remain inviolate. It's a stark and potent image, a clear message to the wider Aegean world: approach with peace, or prepare to be geologically rearranged. The sea around Crete, while a highway for friendly trade, likely held the submerged wrecks of more than a few vessels whose captains had fatally underestimated the island's formidable, rock-wielding protector. After witnessing such demonstrations of his defensive might, the thunderous crash of boulders against unfortunate ships, the swift and decisive end to any hostile approach, a quieter, perhaps more melancholic thought might begin to surface in your mind as you watch Talos resume his ceaseless patrol. Once the echoes of destruction have faded, replaced by the familiar sigh of the wind and the gentle lapping of waves, you contemplate the inherent solitude of his extraordinary existence. For all his power, for all his importance to Crete, Talos walks a profoundly lonely path. He is, as far as we know, one of a kind, at least on this island. There are no other bronze giants with whom he might share a knowing glance, no metallic comrades to exchange stories of particularly impressive rock throws or the peculiar habits of seagulls. His social calendar, one imagines, was probably quite empty. Tuesday, commence patrol. Wednesday, continue patrol, with a brief interlude for some light, targeted boulder tossing if any sea raiders get overly ambitious. Thursday, resume patrol. Not exactly a whirlwind of Olympian feasts or mortal village festivals for him. His connection with the humans he protects is one of duty, not kinship. They may look upon him with awe, with gratitude, perhaps even with a touch of fear, as we've discussed. They might leave offerings or whisper prayers for his continued vigilance. But can they truly understand him, this being of gleaming metal and divine ichor? He is their guardian, their shield, but not their confidant, not their friend. He towers above their daily lives, a thing apart, a protector who shares their space but not their nature. Even if he possessed the ability for complex thought or speech beyond his programming, who would he talk to about his day? Saw a rather interesting cloud formation. Almost stepped on a surprisingly nimble shepherd, my apologies to his flock. The usual. Mortals might find it rather challenging to relate to his unique workplace anecdotes. If he was crafted by the gods, he is still their creation, their instrument. He serves their purpose, fulfills their command, but he is not their peer. He doesn't sit amongst them on Mount Olympus, partaking in nectar and ambrosia, engaging in their divine dramas and cosmic politics. He is earthbound, bound to his task, a servant of immense power but still, ultimately, a servant. And what of his relationship with the natural world he traverses with such tireless dedication? He walks through the fragrant pine forests, along the vibrant, wildflower-strewn cliffs, and through the cool, clear waters of the Aegean. He sees the migrations of birds, the changing of the seasons across the Cretan landscape. But he is not truly part of this organic cycle. The sun warms his bronze skin but doesn't nourish him. The rain washes over him but doesn't make him grow. He is an unaging, unchanging presence in a world that is constantly in flux, a testament to permanence in an ephemeral realm. It's hard to imagine him pausing to admire a particularly lovely sunset or taking up a hobby to pass the quieter moments of his vigil. My name is Talos, and I enjoy long walks on the beach, quite literally all day, every day, around the entire island, and I've developed a rather keen interest in competitive, long-distance boulder tossing. It doesn't quite have the ring of a well-rounded individual. Existential philosophers and literary critics sometimes explore figures like Talos, or even Frankenstein's monster from a much later era of storytelling, as archetypes of the other. These are beings who, due to their unique nature, their artificial origins, or their immense power, find themselves profoundly isolated, their stories reflecting deep human anxieties about belonging, the responsibilities of creation, and the very definition of personhood. Talos, in his magnificent, solitary grandeur, certainly fits this mold. He is the ultimate outsider, the eternal sentinel whose watch is never relieved. This concept of the solitary watchman, the sentinel keeping a lonely vigil, is a powerful and recurring theme throughout human history and storytelling. From soldiers standing guard on windswept ramparts to lighthouse keepers staring out at stormy seas, there's a certain pathos, a quiet heroism, associated with those who keep watch while others sleep, who face the darkness or the danger alone. Talos is the mythical epitome of this, his vigil stretching on, not just through the night, but through the days, the seasons, the years, perhaps even the centuries, with no respite, no companionship, only the endless rhythm of his patrol and the silent weight of his duty. Does his impassive bronze face, forever set in an expression of stern readiness, hide any form of consciousness beyond his programming? Does he register the beauty of the world he guards? Does he feel the sting of solitude, or is he simply a magnificent, unfeeling machine? The myths are silent on this, allowing us the gentle space to wonder, to perhaps project a flicker of something more onto his metallic form. As he strides along the moonlit coast, alone, towering figure against the vastness of the sea and sky, you might feel a touch of empathy for this bronze behemoth, this unique being crafted for a singular, unending, and ultimately very lonely task. His strength is undeniable, his importance crucial, but his existence is one of profound and enduring isolation. Contemplating Talos' lonely, centuries-long vigil, his metallic form a silent fixture against the backdrop of the ever-changing sea and sky, your thoughts might find themselves gently drifting away from the solitary giant himself. You begin to zoom out, as it were, to take in the broader canvas of the vibrant, complex, and often turbulent world he was legendarily created to protect, the world of the Aegean Bronze Age. This was no primitive backwater, but a bustling stage of rising civilizations, intricate trade networks, fierce rivalries, and remarkable technological achievements that still inspire awe today. The Aegean Bronze Age, broadly spanning from around 3300 to 1200 BCE, was a period of profound transformation. It saw the rise and fall of distinct but interconnected cultures, the early Cycladic islanders with their enigmatic marble figurines, the sophisticated Minoans on Crete, whose civilization we've touched upon, and the powerful Mycenaeans on the Greek mainland, warriors and traders who would eventually dominate the region. The sea itself, the sparkling, wine-dark Aegean, was not a barrier but a highway, a vast network of routes connecting these burgeoning centers of power and culture, not just with each other, but with the wider Mediterranean world, Egypt, the Levant, Anatolia, and even lands further west. Imagine the ships of this era. Not the massive galleons of later centuries, but sleek, oar-propelled galleys or sturdy, single-masted sailing vessels, their hulls perhaps painted with watchful eyes to ward off ill fortune. Shipping back then, you can be sure, wasn't exactly Amazon Prime 2-day delivery. Your urgent consignment of 200 amphorae of finest Cretan olive oil and 50 ingots of Cypriot copper will arrive in, well, eventually, Poseidon willing, and assuming no particularly enthusiastic pirates develop a sudden craving for either olive oil or copper en route. Yet, despite the risks, trade flourished. Copper from Cyprus and tin from as far away as Anatolia or even beyond were painstakingly transported and combined to create bronze, the era's defining metal. Gold and silver, intricately worked pottery whose styles archaeologists now use to date ancient sites, precious wine, fragrant oils, fine textiles, and exotic luxury goods like ivory tusks from Africa or Syria, and vibrant blue faience beads from Egypt, all crisscrossed these maritime paths. This bustling trade, of course, didn't exist in a vacuum of peaceful cooperation. Alongside the exchange of goods and ideas, there were inevitable rivalries. The Minoans, for a significant period, are thought to have established a thalassocracy, a maritime empire, their power rooted in their formidable fleet and control of sea lanes. Their palaces on Crete, like Knossos and Phaistos, were largely unfortified in their earlier phases, suggesting a confidence in their naval supremacy. Later, on the mainland, the Mycenaeans rose to prominence. They were a more overtly martial society, their kings ruling from heavily fortified citadel palaces like Mycenae, with its famed Lion Gate, and Tiryns, renowned for its massive cyclopean stone walls, so named because later Greeks believed only the mythical one-eyed giants could have lifted such enormous blocks into place. Archaeologists and historians continue to debate the exact nature of the relationship between the Minoan and Mycenaean civilizations. Was it one of peaceful coexistence and mutual trade, gradual cultural assimilation, or eventual Mycenaean conquest and domination of Crete? The evidence is complex and still being pieced together, like a giant, sun-baked jigsaw puzzle. And what of the technological marvels of this age, beyond the mythical creation of a giant like Talos? The very production of bronze was a sophisticated metallurgical art, requiring precise knowledge of alloying and casting. Shipbuilding, too, was highly advanced for its time, enabling long-distance voyages. But perhaps most famously, there was the architecture. The Minoan palaces were wonders of their era, sprawling, multi-storied complexes with hundreds of rooms, vibrant frescoes depicting scenes of nature, ceremony, and sport, like the famous bull leaping. They even featured surprisingly advanced plumbing systems, including terracotta pipes for water supply and drainage, light wells for illumination, and what some archaeologists interpret as flushing toilets. Which just goes to show, some human concerns, like effective waste disposal, are truly timeless, even in the Bronze Age. No one, not even a mighty Minoan king, enjoys a clogged, clay conduit. The Minoans also developed their own unique writing system, known as Linear A, primarily found on clay tablets used for administrative and religious purposes. Frustratingly for modern scholars, it remains undeciphered, its secrets locked away. Trying to read Linear A, one imagines, is like trying to decipher a particularly elaborate piece of IKEA instruction art, but if the IKEA was from 3,500 years ago and the instructions were for assembling a complex theocratic bureaucracy rather than a flat-pack bookshelf. Later, the Mycenaeans adapted this script into Linear B to write an early form of Greek. The decipherment of Linear B in the 1950s by the brilliant Michael Ventris was a monumental breakthrough, offering priceless insights into the administration, economy, religion, and social structure of Mycenaean Greece. A quirky and delightful tidbit from Minoan art is the depiction of blue monkeys in some of their frescoes, particularly at Knossos and Akrotiri on Thera. These monkeys are not native to Crete or the Aegean, suggesting either imported exotic pets for the elite, or artists who had traveled to lands like Egypt, where such monkeys were known, and returned with vivid visual memories. It speaks to their interconnectedness with distant cultures and their keen eye for the natural world. This was the world that Talos was said to patrol, a dynamic, innovative, and often dangerous place. A place of artistic brilliance and engineering prowess, of flourishing trade and simmering tensions. In such a context, the desire for a powerful, unwavering protector, a symbol of stability and security like Talos, becomes all the more understandable, whether he was a product of divine will, human genius, or the potent realm of myth that so vividly characterized the Aegean Bronze Age. Stepping out from the broad, sun-drenched panorama of the Aegean Bronze Age, with its bustling trade routes, its gleaming new technologies, and its burgeoning, sometimes rivalrous, civilizations, your sleepy focus now narrows. It drifts gently towards the very heart of Talos' legendary domain, the island of Crete, and specifically, its renowned, almost mythical, strength upon the waves. For if Talos was the ultimate coastal guardian, he was, in many ways, the capstone of a defensive strategy that began far out at sea, with the sleek, capable ships of the Minoan fleet. You consider the idea, famously put forth by later Greek historians like Thucydides, that Minoan Crete was a thalassocracy, a sea power, an empire whose dominion was asserted not primarily through land armies or massive inland fortifications, but through the supremacy of its navy and its control of maritime trade. This concept paints a picture of Crete as the central hub of a vast network, its influence radiating outwards across the Aegean islands and even to mainland shores, all under the protective umbrella of its proficient mariners and well-equipped vessels. Minoan naval recruitment posters, had such things existed, might have cheerfully read, "See the beautiful Aegean. Meet interesting, and occasionally somewhat hostile, people. And don't you worry, if things get really dicey out there, our rather large, shiny bronze colleague Talos has definitely got the home front covered." The evidence for this Minoan naval prowess is compelling, if circumstantial. Archaeologists have uncovered numerous depictions of ships in vibrant Minoan frescoes, on intricately carved seals, and as tiny clay models. These aren't just crude representations, they show vessels with distinctive features, often a high, gracefully curved stern and prow, a single, sturdy mast supporting a square sail, and banks of oars for maneuverability in calms or combat. Some of these artistic renderings even show elaborate decorations or religious symbols adorning the ships, suggesting their profound importance to Minoan culture, economy, and perhaps even their spiritual life. Maintaining a Bronze Age fleet, constantly battling woodworm, storm damage, and the occasional mythical sea monster, one assumes the Kraken occasionally ate an oar or two, just for variety, was probably a constant headache for the Minoan administration. Talos, being solid bronze and divinely powered, was enviably low maintenance in comparison, rarely needing more than a quick polish. Furthermore, the very layout of early Minoan palatial centers like Knossos and Phaistos, with their relative lack of heavy defensive walls compared to their Mycenaean counterparts on the mainland, hints at a deep-seated confidence. Why build massive fortifications on land if you are secure in your ability to meet and defeat any potential threat at sea, long before it reaches your shores? This wooden walls strategy, relying on the strength of the fleet, would have been a bold one. The Minoan navy, then, would have had several crucial roles. It protected the vital trade routes that brought wealth and exotic materials to Crete. It deterred the ever-present threat of pirates who preyed on merchant shipping. It projected Minoan power and influence, allowing them to establish trading outposts or exert cultural sway over other Aegean islands and coastal communities. And it would have transported envoys, colonists, and perhaps even royal personages on their diplomatic or ceremonial journeys. So, where does a figure like Talos, our colossal bronze guardian, fit into this picture of established naval might? He complements it perfectly, both symbolically and, in the realm of myth, practically. Symbolically, he is the ultimate expression of Crete's dominion over its coastal waters, the personification of its unbreachable maritime defense. He is the living embodiment of the island's warning to would-be aggressors. Practically, even the strongest navy has its limitations. Ships can be damaged in storms, or drawn away to deal with distant threats. A fleet cannot be everywhere at once. Talos, however, is always there. He is the constant, infallible last line of defense, the ultimate coast guard. If a rogue pirate ship or a small raiding party managed to slip past the Minoan patrols, they would still have to contend with him. He was, if you will, the ultimate naval backup plan. Admiral, the enemy fleet appears to be significantly larger than our initial intelligence suggested. Don't worry, Lieutenant, activate Plan T. You know, the one involving the extremely large, rock-throwing metal chap who doesn't take kindly to uninvited guests. The legend of Talos would have also served as a powerful psychological deterrent, amplifying the already formidable reputation of Minoan sea power. Tales of a giant bronze automaton tirelessly patrolling the Cretan coast, capable of sinking ships with boulders, would have spread like wildfire through the ports of the Aegean and beyond, making even the boldest enemy captain think twice. Of course, the precise extent and nature of this Minoan thalassocracy is a subject of ongoing, and often quite lively, scholarly debate. Was it a true, centrally controlled political empire with direct governance over other territories, or was it more a sphere of significant cultural and economic influence, maintained by naval prowess, strategic alliances, and dominance in trade? The archaeological and textual evidence can be interpreted in various ways, and new discoveries continually refine our understanding. But whether a formal empire or a more loosely defined sphere of influence, Crete's connection to the sea was undeniably profound. The Minoans were a people who looked outward, their fortunes tied to the rhythms of the waves and the winds. Talos, in his lonely, unceasing vigil, stands as a powerful, mythical testament to this maritime destiny, a guardian born of an island culture that truly understood the power, the promise, and the perils of the great, glittering sea. While Minoan Crete, with its sophisticated culture, its powerful navy, and its legendary bronze guardian Talos, projected an aura of serene, seaborne dominance across the sparkling Aegean, your gaze, guided by the gentle currents of our story, now shifts northward. Across those same azure waters, on the rugged, mountainous mainland of Greece, new powers were stirring, their ambitions beginning to cast long, and perhaps somewhat ominous, shadows southwards towards the island kingdom. These were the Mycenaeans, a civilization whose name would echo through the epics of Homer and whose warrior kings would leave an indelible mark on the Bronze Age world. The Mycenaeans, an early Greek-speaking people, rose to prominence during the later Bronze Age, roughly from around 1600 to 1100 BCE. Their era overlaps significantly with the flourishing of Minoan civilization, and for a time, the two cultures coexisted, traded, and undoubtedly influenced one another. But they were distinct, with different characteristics and, it seems, different priorities. While the Minoans looked primarily outward to the sea, their palaces relatively open and their art celebrating nature and graceful movement, the Mycenaeans were very much a mainland power, their society seemingly more hierarchical and martial in nature. Their centers of power were formidable, fortified citadels, Mycenae itself, with its awe-inspiring lion gate and massive cyclopean walls, so named because later Greeks believed only the mythical one-eyed giants could have possessed the strength to lift such colossal stones into place. Tiryns, another bastion of immense stone, Pylos, with its well-preserved palace that has yielded a treasure trove of linear B tablets, and Thebes, a name that resonates with myth and tragedy. Mycenaeans clearly didn't mess around when it came to home security. Their architectural motto seems to have been something along the lines of, "Why bother with a polite, keep out, sign when you can have 20-ton stone blocks and a really, really intimidating gateway that screams, seriously, don't even think about it." Their art, too, reflects a different spirit. While Minoan frescoes dance with dolphins, lilies, and agile bull leapers, Mycenaean art, though often borrowing Minoan motifs and techniques, tends to be more rigid, more formal, and frequently depicts scenes of warfare, hunting, and warriors in their distinctive gear. They were ruled by a warrior aristocracy, whose elite members were buried in impressive tholos tombs, beehive-shaped structures, or deep shaft graves, often interred with a stunning array of gold weaponry, death masks, and other high-status goods. A particularly quirky and iconic piece of Mycenaean military equipment was the boar's tusk helmet. These were painstakingly constructed from dozens, sometimes hundreds, of curved wild boar tusks, sliced and bored, then sewn onto a leather or felt cap. They offered excellent protection and a rather fierce appearance, though one imagines they weren't particularly comfortable in the sweltering Greek summer heat. The boars of Bronze Age Greece were probably forming a very disgruntled union to protest the sudden high demand for their dental work. Initially, the relationship between the rising Mycenaeans and the established Minoans was likely one of pupil and master, or at least junior and senior trading partners. The Mycenaeans clearly admired and adopted many aspects of Minoan culture, their art forms, their architectural techniques, their palatial administration, and even their writing system, which the Mycenaeans adapted into Linear B to record their own early form of the Greek language. You could almost picture the early Minoan-Mycenaean dynamic like that of a very cool, sophisticated older sibling, that's Minoan Crete, influencing the up-and-coming, slightly more boisterous younger sibling, the Mycenaeans, in art, fashion, and general civilized living. But as Mycenaean power grew, so too, it seems, did their ambitions. Crete, with its fertile lands, its wealth accumulated from centuries of trade, and its strategic position commanding the Aegean Sea lanes, would have been an increasingly attractive prospect. The precise nature and timing of the shift in power, or the Mycenaean takeover of Crete, as some scholars term it, remains a hotly debated topic. Archaeologists and historians meticulously examine pottery styles, architectural changes, burial customs, religious practices, and, crucially, the linear evidence to piece together the complex puzzle of this transition from Minoan to Mycenaean influence or outright rule on the island. Around 1450 BCE, many Minoan sites across Crete suffered widespread destruction, after which a new cultural phase begins, particularly at Knossos. It is during this later period that linear tablets, written in Mycenaean Greek, appear at Knossos, suggesting that Mycenaean speakers were now in control of the palace and its administration. Whether this was the result of direct military conquest, internal strife exploited by the Mycenaeans, a more gradual assimilation, or some combination of factors, is still a subject of much scholarly discussion. It's like the younger sibling finally hit a major growth spurt, flexed their muscles, and decided they not only wanted the older sibling's prime sunny spot by the window but perhaps their entire elegantly furnished room, and possibly the whole island it was built on. One can only wonder what the Mycenaeans, with their martial prowess and expanding horizons, made of the legends of Talos, Crete's giant bronze protector. Would tales of this formidable guardian have reached their ears in their mainland strongholds? Would he have been seen as a deterrent, a symbol of Minoan power to be respected? Or, for a warrior culture on the rise, would he have represented an ultimate challenge, a mythical obstacle to be overcome in their quest for dominance in the Aegean? The myths themselves don't explicitly detail Mycenaean encounters with Talos, but the rising tide of their ambition forms a crucial backdrop to the later stages of the Bronze Age, a new dynamic in the world that Talos was sworn to protect. The stage was slowly being set for new dramas, new conflicts, in the ever-evolving story of the ancient Aegean. As Mycenaean ambitions began to stir on the Greek mainland, their powerful citadels casting ever longer shadows and their warrior kings perhaps casting increasingly covetous eyes towards the prosperous island of Crete, the tales of that island's unique and formidable guardian, Talos, were already taking flight. These stories weren't confined to Cretan shores, they were being carried on the salty winds and the restless currents of the Aegean by the true social media influencers, the primary news broadcasters, of the ancient world, the sailors. You can almost hear the whispers starting in the bustling harbors of Crete itself, perhaps in Kamos, Amnisos, or one of the other port towns serving the great palaces. A merchant captain, having just offloaded his cargo of fine wine or intricately painted pottery, might share a wide-eyed account with a fellow trader from the Cyclades or the coast of Anatolia. "You wouldn't believe what I saw on my approach," he might begin, his voice low and conspiratorial over a cup of watered wine in a dockside taverna, a giant, gleaming like the noonday sun, walking the cliffs as if he owned them, which, I suppose, he rather does. Sailors, by the very nature of their profession, were travelers, connectors, and natural storytellers. Their lives were a tapestry of long voyages, new encounters, and the ever-present dangers of the sea. Ports were melting pots of cultures and languages, and the local inns and drinking dens were the nerve centers where information, factual, embellished, or entirely fabricated, was exchanged with gusto. And a story as good as Talos? A giant bronze man patrolling an entire island? That's pure gold for a mariner with a captive audience and a long night ahead. So, the legend of Talos begins its journey. A Cycladic fisherman, having heard the tale, carries it back to his small island village, perhaps adding a few extra cubits to Talos' height or a more menacing gleam to his eye. A Phoenician trader, plying the routes between the Levant and the Aegean, might hear of this marvel and incorporate it into his own repertoire of wondrous tales from distant lands, sharing it in the bustling ports of Ugarit or Byblos. Egyptian sailors, part of delegations sent to secure Cretan goods, would return to the Nile Delta with accounts of the island's incredible protector, a story to amaze the scribes and courtiers back home. There wasn't exactly a Snopes.com or a fact-checking department for Bronze Age myths. Is it actually true that Crete employs a colossal, self-propelled metal dude for coastal defense? Well, old man Ariston from Naxos swears his third cousin's shipmate's uncle definitely saw him from a great distance, so, yeah, probably. Seemed perfectly legitimate. With each retelling, the story would inevitably grow, morph, and adapt. That's the nature of oral tradition. A sailor sees a particularly large wave, and by the time he recounts the event in the third port of call, it's a battle with a sea serpent that nearly swallowed his ship whole. Talos, in these retold narratives, probably went from exceptionally tall and made of bronze to able to step clean over mountains and sweat ships out of the water like bothersome flies in about 2 or 3 enthusiastic retellings. His rock-throwing ability might become more precise, his speed more incredible, his origins even more mysterious or divine. Perhaps in some versions, he breathed fire, or his eyes shot out beams of concentrated sunlight. The core of the story, the bronze giant guardian of Crete, would remain, but the details would shimmer and change like light on water. The story of Talos spreading through the Mediterranean was like the ultimate, high-stakes game of Bronze Age telephone. He's made of bronze. He breathes bronze. No, he eats bronze, and then spits out smaller, significantly angrier bronze dudes. It could, and probably did, get wonderfully wild. Folklorists and oral history specialists often analyze how maritime environments, with their inherent dangers, their long, isolated voyages, and their constant, diverse cultural encounters, act as particularly fertile grounds for the creation, adaptation, and energetic dissemination of fantastical legends, hero myths, and cautionary tales. The sea itself is a place of mystery and power, so stories born of it or carried across it often take on a larger-than-life quality. The impact of these whispers on the wind would have been significant. For Crete, the spreading legend of Talos would have amplified its mystique, its aura of power and inviolability. It was, in effect, an ancient form of psychological warfare, a deterrent broadcast far and wide without lifting a single, additional, boulder. Why risk attacking an island that not only boasts a powerful navy but is also patrolled by a seemingly indestructible metal giant? It would certainly make you think twice, or perhaps thrice, and then decide to go bother someone else. Of course, such tales might also spark curiosity, or even ambition, in certain quarters. A particularly bold adventurer or a king with a point to prove might hear these stories and see not a deterrent, but a challenge, a legendary foe worthy of testing their mettle against. You can even imagine the more mundane, quirky traces these stories might leave. Perhaps ancient graffiti, scratched onto a harbor wall in a distant Sicilian port by a sailor who'd heard the tale, depicting a crude, towering figure. Or a motif appearing on a piece of pottery from the Levant, a tiny, almost abstract representation of a giant, a visual echo of a story that had traveled hundreds of miles across the sea. These whispers, carried on the salt-laced wind and the tongues of mariners, wove Talos into the broader mythological fabric of the ancient Mediterranean, making him more than just a local Cretan guardian. He became a legend known to many, feared by some, and a source of endless, awestruck speculation for all who heard his extraordinary tale. As the legend of Talos rippled outwards across the vast expanse of the Mediterranean, carried on the breath of awestruck sailors and embellishing merchants, back on the sun-kissed shores of Crete itself, subtle signs, almost imperceptible at first, might have begun to hint at a coming change. A faint disturbance in the island's long-established rhythm, a shift in the familiar patterns of sea and sky, as if the world itself was holding its breath in anticipation of fateful visitors. You sense this almost imperceptible change in the atmosphere. Perhaps the normally boisterous gulls that wheel and cry above the cliffs fall unusually silent for a day or two, their raucous calls replaced by an unnerving quiet. Or maybe they are seen flying in strange, unfamiliar formations, their patterns against the endless blue no longer a random dance but something that seems to carry a hidden, disquieting message. Ancient cultures, including the sophisticated Minoans and the warrior-centric Mycenaeans, paid incredibly close attention to such omens and portents. The flight of birds, the behavior of animals, the rustling of leaves in a sacred grove, these were not mere chance occurrences but potential communications from the gods, whispers from the unseen world. One can only imagine a Cretan priest, skilled in the art of ornithomancy, divination by the flight or cries of birds, observing these avian anomalies and feeling a prickle of unease. "The seagulls, your majesty," he might report to King Minos, "they're flying, counterclockwise today. And they look decidedly shifty. It's either a sign of a particularly good fish shoal moving in, or, impending doom. Hard to say with gulls, they're notoriously dramatic." The weather, too, might contribute to this growing sense of foreboding. Perhaps there's an unseasonable stillness in the air for several days, the usually reliable sea breeze dying away completely, leaving the sails of fishing boats to hang limp and useless. The sea itself might take on an odd, glassy sheen, its surface unnaturally calm, reflecting a sky that has turned a peculiar, bruised purple at sunset, a color not usually seen in the vibrant Cretan palette. It's all in the interpretation, isn't it? Oh, a two-headed lamb was born in the western pastures. That either means an era of unprecedented double prosperity or we're all spectacularly doomed. Let's flip a sacred olive leaf, or perhaps consult the liver of a freshly sacrificed. Never mind, let's just assume it's good news for now. Even Talos himself, in his ceaseless, metallic vigil, might seem subtly altered to an observant eye. Does he pause more frequently in his patrol, his great bronze head slowly scanning the horizon with an intensity that seems, if possible, even more focused than usual? If Talos suddenly started polishing one particular ankle with a diligence bordering on obsessive, you'd have to wonder if that was some kind of portent. Is he developing an uncharacteristic anxiety twitch? Or just really into achieving a perfectly symmetrical gleam today? His impassive face, as ever, reveals nothing, but perhaps there's a new tension in his stance, a heightened alertness to his silent watch. Dreams, those nebulous messengers from the subconscious, might also play their part. A prominent priestess in one of Crete's vibrant sanctuaries might wake with a start, her heart pounding from a vivid, unsettling vision, perhaps of a great, dark ship with unfamiliar insignia cutting through the waves, or of a challenge to the island's mighty guardian. Such dreams would be taken very seriously, discussed in hushed tones, their symbols painstakingly analyzed for meaning. Historians of religion often debate the extent to which such omen reading and dream interpretation in ancient societies were genuine attempts to divine the future and understand divine will, versus sophisticated tools for political or social guidance and control by the priestly or royal classes. Regardless, their impact on the collective mood would be real. These are not yet thunderous prophecies or explicit warnings, just subtle dissonances in the symphony of island life. A particular alignment of stars that seems just a little off. A strange luminescence on the water at night. The feeling that unseen eyes are watching from beyond the horizon. It's the quiet before the storm, the almost imperceptible intake of breath before a significant, perhaps pivotal, event. When the local soothsayer, usually a cheerful font of vaguely optimistic pronouncements, starts stocking up on "I told you so" pamphlets and looking uncharacteristically smug, that's usually a pretty reliable portent that things are about to get decidedly interesting, and probably not in a universally celebrated, more figs for everyone kind of way. The very air seems to hum with a low, almost inaudible frequency of expectation. The familiar routines of Cretan life continue. The farmers tend their fields, the potters shape their clay, the fishermen cast their nets, but underneath it all, there's a growing awareness, a subtle current of anticipation. Something is coming. Fate, that ever-present, often mischievous weaver of destinies in Greek myth, is slowly, inexorably drawing new threads towards the shores of Crete, threads that will soon intersect with the life of its bronze guardian in a way that will change his story, and the islands, forever. The stage is being quietly set for fateful visitors, their arrival heralded not by trumpets, but by whispers on the wind and a shiver down the spine of the ancient world. While the island of Crete hums with that unspoken anticipation, its inhabitants interpreting the subtle omens and the skies possibly hinting at distant, fateful arrivals, your own sleepy gaze now sweeps far across the glittering expanse of the Aegean, perhaps even further, to the shores of mainland Greece. Another, more tangible, thread of destiny is being spun, a new adventure is unfurling its sails. A new shadow, long and sleek, is beginning to fall upon the wine-dark sea, the shadow of a legendary ship, its name destined to be whispered in awe for centuries to come, the Argo. You find yourself in the bustling port of Iolcos in Thessaly, the air thick with the scent of pine pitch, salt, and the nervous excitement of a grand departure. Here, a vessel unlike any seen before rests at the water's edge. This is the Argo, named after its master builder, Argus, who, with the divine guidance and assistance of none other than Athena, goddess of wisdom and crafts, has constructed this marvel of nautical engineering. She is a longship, swift and strong, built from the finest Pelian pine, and according to some wonderfully quirky ancient traditions, she possesses a magical feature. A beam of sacred oak from the oracle grove of Dodona has been fitted into her prow. This enchanted piece of timber is said to possess the power of speech, capable of offering guidance, warnings, or perhaps just the occasional unsolicited opinion on the captain's navigation skills. Having a talking beam in your ship is either incredibly helpful for avoiding treacherous reefs or incredibly annoying on a long voyage. Are we there yet? Are we there yet, Jason? Or perhaps, Captain, I sense a distinct and frankly alarming lack of snacks on board for a journey of this magnitude. You'd definitely want to locate the mythical mute button for that feature after a few weeks at sea. The purpose of this extraordinary vessel? To undertake one of the most famous and perilous quests in all of Greek mythology, the search for the Golden Fleece. At the helm, or at least, as the designated leader of this ambitious expedition, is Jason. His quest for the Golden Fleece is, when you boil it down, the ultimate fetch quest, assigned to him by his rather untrustworthy uncle Peleus, who had usurped Jason's father's throne. Sure, Jason, my boy, you can have the kingdom, Peleus likely said with a disingenuous smile, just pop over to Colchis, which is conveniently located at the very edge of the known world, and retrieve this rather valuable, incredibly shiny, and notoriously well-guarded sheepskin. No biggie. Should be back by tea time, metaphorically speaking. And to accompany Jason on this seemingly impossible task. A veritable who's who of Bronze Age heroism, a band of champions, demigods, and skilled specialists collectively known as the Argonauts. They were, in essence, the original superhero team-up, the Avengers of their era. Their roster reads like a mythological hall of fame, the mighty Heracles, renowned for his incredible strength, though his attention span for long sea voyages was perhaps less legendary, the divinely gifted musician Orpheus, whose song could charm wild beasts, move stones, and perhaps even soothe a grumpy talking ship's beam, the Dioscuri twins, Castor and Pollux, one a peerless horseman, the other an unbeatable boxer, the keen-eyed Lynceus, whose sight could penetrate earth and stone, and many more, each bringing their unique talents to the expedition. Managing such a star-studded, testosterone-fueled crew must have been an interesting human resources challenge for Jason. Okay, Heracles, you're on heavy lifting and intimidating monsters. Orpheus, you provide the inspirational soundtrack and try to keep everyone from mutinying out of boredom. Castor and Pollux, please try not to get into too many dramatic sibling squabbles in confined spaces. Teamwork makes the dream work, lads. The myth of Jason and the Argonauts is indeed one of the oldest and most enduring Greek hero tales, with its roots possibly stretching back to the Mycenaean period or even earlier. It likely reflects the burgeoning spirit of Greek exploration, their tentative voyages into the unknown regions of the Black Sea, ancient Colchis, identified with modern-day Georgia, a land reputed to be rich in gold and other exotic resources. Classicists and archaeologists still debate the historical basis, if any, for the voyage of the Argo. Was it a purely mythical quest for a magical artifact, a heavily embellished account of pioneering trade expeditions, or perhaps a symbolic narrative representing a collective rite of passage for a generation of heroes? But now, in the port of Iolcos, such academic debates are far from anyone's mind. The air crackles with the energy of departure. Sacrifices are made to Poseidon for safe passage, and to Zeus for favorable winds. The Argonauts, their bronze armor gleaming, their hearts full of hope and perhaps a touch of understandable trepidation, take their places at the oars. With a great shout and the straining of muscles, the Argo slides into the sea, her prow pointed eastward, towards the rising sun and the distant, dangerous shores of Colchis. Their journey will be long and fraught with peril, a tapestry woven with encounters with harpies, clashing rocks, Amazons, and myriad other wonders and terrors of the ancient world. But as the Argo cuts its path through the waves, another, less obvious destination lies in its future, a thread of fate pulling it, eventually, towards the southern Aegean, towards the island of Crete. They do not know it yet, as they row with strong, rhythmic strokes, their minds set on the fleece of gold, but their destiny is slowly, surely, converging with that of another legendary figure of bronze, Talos, the island's sleepless guardian. The shadow of their ship, though now pointed far from Cretan shores, will one day fall upon the waters he patrols. As the Argo, powered by the mighty strokes of heroes and guided by the subtle whispers of destiny, sails out from the harbor of Iolcos, its painted prow cleaving the Aegean waves, your thoughts naturally drift to the specific, almost impossibly audacious nature of their epic undertaking. What exactly is this legendary golden fleece they seek, this shimmering prize that has launched what is arguably the most star-studded vessel in mythological history, crewed by roughly 50 of the Bronze Age's finest heroes and demigods? And why has it become the object of such a perilous, continent-spanning quest? You recall the rather dramatic and somewhat unfortunate family history that lies at the heart of it all. The story begins not with Jason, but with two royal siblings, Phrixus and his sister Helle. They were the children of a Boeotian king, but suffered under the cruel machinations of their stepmother, Ino. To save them from being sacrificed, a rather extreme form of step-parental disapproval, even by ancient standards, Hermes, the messenger god, or perhaps Nephele, their cloud goddess mother, sent a wondrous, flying ram with a fleece of pure, glittering gold. Phrixus and Helle climbed aboard this magical, airborne ovine uber and were carried away eastward, over the sea. Tragically, poor Helle, perhaps not having the best grip or maybe getting a bit airsick, tumbled off the ram's back and into the strait that now bears her name, the Hellespont, the modern-day Dardanelles. Phrixus, however, clung on for dear life and was borne safely all the way to Colchis, a distant, mysterious kingdom nestled on the eastern shores of the Black Sea, a land roughly corresponding to modern-day western Georgia. Upon his safe arrival in this exotic land, ruled by the powerful King Aeetes, Phrixus, in gratitude for his deliverance, sacrificed the golden ram to either Zeus or Ares. He then presented the incredible golden fleece to King Aeetes. The king, recognizing its immense value and perhaps its potent magical properties, for the golden fleece wasn't just fabulously shiny, some traditions hint it could bestow kingship, offer protection, or even possess healing powers, decided to hang it in a place of great honor and even greater security. It was draped over the branch of a mighty oak tree in a sacred grove dedicated to Ares, the god of war. And to ensure no one simply wandered off with this priceless artifact, it was guarded. Oh, was it guarded? Accounts vary, but the most common guardians include a fearsome, never-sleeping dragon or a colossal serpent that coiled around the tree, its scales glinting in the dim light of the grove. Some versions add fire-breathing bulls, known as the Calcatoroi, pastured nearby, just for good measure. You have to wonder about that poor dragon's dental plan, though. Guarding a shiny fleece 24/7, never getting a moment's rest, that's got to be tough on the jaw, and probably made it exceptionally cranky. Now, fast forward a generation or so, back to Iolcos. Jason, our hero, is the rightful heir to the throne, which has been usurped by his power-hungry uncle, Peleus. When Jason, grown to manhood, comes to Iolcos to claim his birthright, he unwittingly fulfills a prophecy that had long troubled Peleus, that he would be overthrown by a man wearing only one sandal. Jason, you see, had lost a sandal while heroically helping an old woman, who was, in fact, the goddess Hera in disguise, cross a flooded river. Peleus, recognizing the one-sandaled threat, feigns agreement to relinquish the throne but devises what he believes to be an impossible task, a surefire way to get rid of his troublesome nephew permanently. Of course, dear boy, the kingdom is yours, Peleus likely purred, the picture of false magnanimity. There's just one tiny little errand I need you to run first. A mere trifle. Pop over to Colchis and bring back the golden fleece. It's a family heirloom, you understand. Terribly sentimental value. Good luck with that. And please, try not to come back, there's a good lad. Peleus was clearly the undisputed king of passive-aggressive, and hopefully fatal, succession planning. And so, Jason, bound by his word and his desire to reclaim his throne, accepts the challenge. He understands it's a perilous undertaking, far beyond the capabilities of any single hero, no matter how brave. This is why he sends out the call, gathering the Argonauts, the best and brightest, the strongest and most skilled individuals the Greek world has to offer. Packing for the Argo must have been a fascinating logistical exercise. Okay, spare tunic, check. Well-oiled sword, check. Several changes of heroic undergarments, probably in a fetching shade of manly ochre, check. Anti-dragon breath mints, yes, we should definitely remember to pick some of those up before we hit the really dangerous latitudes. Literary scholars and mythographers often debate the deeper symbolic meaning of the golden fleece itself. Does it represent tangible royal power and legitimacy, divine authority, some form of unobtainable wisdom or enlightenment, the life-giving power of the sun, or is it, in the grand tradition of adventure stories, simply a magnificent MacGuffin, a highly desirable object whose main purpose is to drive the plot forward and get the heroes into all sorts of exciting scrapes? Whatever its ultimate symbolic weight, the quest for the Golden Fleece is the engine that powers the Argo and its legendary crew. It's a journey into the unknown, a test of courage, endurance, and teamwork. The historical region of Colchis was indeed known in antiquity for its wealth, particularly in gold. Some scholars even suggest that the myth of the Golden Fleece might be a highly poetic and embellished reflection of ancient methods of alluvial gold mining in the region, such as using sheepskin staked down in rivers to trap gold dust carried by the current. As the Argo sails eastward, each league taking it further from home and deeper into legend, the heroes aboard are driven by a mixture of duty, the thirst for glory, and the simple human desire to survive the incredible dangers that Peleus so gleefully anticipated. Their path is not a straight one, it will twist and turn, leading them through myriad adventures before they even reach Colchis, and even more on their long, convoluted journey home. And somewhere along that winding path, their fate, and the fate of the Golden Fleece, will become entangled with the distant, watchful presence of Talos, the bronze guardian of Crete. As Jason and his heroic, if somewhat motley, crew of Argonauts chart their perilous course eastward across the vast, shimmering sea, their hearts set on the gleaming prize of the Golden Fleece, another powerful current of destiny is stirring far ahead of them. It gathers strength not on the open water, but within the very kingdom they seek to despoil, the ancient, fabulously wealthy, and deeply enigmatic land of Colchis. For in the court of King Aeetes, a figure of immense, and perhaps slightly unsettling, power is coming into her own, her presence like a dark, potent flower unfurling in a secret garden. This is Medea, the king's own daughter, a woman whose name will become inextricably linked with magic, passion, and profound, earth-shattering events. You sense her presence now, a subtle shift in the dreamlike narrative. Medea is no ordinary princess, idly weaving tapestries or waiting for a suitable royal marriage. Her lineage itself hints at something more. She is the daughter of Aeetes, the formidable king of Colchis, and often, her mother is named as Idaea, an Oceanid, or sometimes even Hecate herself, the shadowy goddess of magic, witchcraft, crossroads, and the unseen world. More commonly, Medea is a devoted priestess of Hecate, serving the goddess in her sacred groves, learning her ancient, potent secrets. And if that wasn't enough magical pedigree for you, her aunt is none other than Circe, the infamous sorceress who resided on the island of Aeaea and possessed a rather notorious talent for transforming unwelcome visitors into pigs and other assorted fauna. With an aunt like Circe and a divine connection to Hecate, not to mention some traditions naming the sun god Helios as her grandfather, Medea was clearly not destined for a quiet life running the palace bake sale. Magical aptitude, it seems, ran exceptionally strong in this particular family. Their family reunions must have been eventful. Oh, Medea dear, you turned your annoying suitor into a particularly unappealing newt? How quaint. I myself have been dabbling in transfiguring entire ship crews into swine. So much more dramatic, don't you find? Even before the arrival of the Argonauts, whispers would have circulated through the palace of Aeetes about Princess Medea. Perhaps she was seen as an introspective, somewhat solitary figure, more comfortable in the shadowed corners of the palace gardens or the deep woods than in the boisterous throne room. She would possess an innate, intuitive understanding of the hidden properties of plants, roots, and stones. Medea's herb garden, you can imagine, wasn't your average windowsill basil and thyme collection. More likely, it was a carefully cultivated, slightly menacing profusion of aconite, nightshade, belladonna, and mandrake, with perhaps a lovely, thriving patch of wolfsbane just coming into bloom in the moonlight. Definitely not for the faint of heart, or for those with particularly sensitive skin or a tendency to nibble on unfamiliar foliage. Her burgeoning magical prowess would be subtle at first, perhaps, but undeniable. She might have an uncanny ability to soothe wild, untamable animals with a glance, or to brew potions that could induce sleep, forgetfulness, or intense, prophetic visions. Other members of the court might approach her with a mixture of respect and fear, seeking her aid for ailments that mundane physicians could not cure, or perhaps for charms and amulets to ward off ill fortune. In Colchis, if you suddenly found a small, unusually placid frog in your soup that looked suspiciously like your consistently annoying cousin who kept borrowing your best chariot without asking, you probably had a good idea who to thank, or, at least, who not to offend further. Oh dear, you might sigh, Medea's been experimenting with advanced transfiguration again, best not complain about the amphibian garnish. The portrayal of Medea in Greek myth evolves quite significantly over time. In the earlier accounts of the Argonautica, she is often depicted as a young maiden, undeniably skilled in the magical arts, who is struck by love for Jason, often with a bit of divine meddling from Hera and Aphrodite, and uses her powers to help him succeed in his impossible tasks. It is only later, most famously in Euripides' powerful Athenian tragedy, that she becomes the terrifying figure of vengeance, scorned and betrayed. But even in these early stages of her story, before Jason's arrival, before the theft of the fleece, before the journey that will eventually lead her to an encounter with Talos, the seeds of her formidable power are clearly present. Scholars still debate how much of her later, darker characterization was an invention of classical playwrights seeking dramatic impact, versus how much was already latent in the earlier oral tradition surrounding this complex, compelling woman. For now, as the Argo sails ever closer, Medea is in Colchis, perhaps tending her sacred duties to Hecate, her mind filled with ancient incantations and the secret lore of the earth. She is unaware of the golden-haired hero who is even now making his way towards her shores, unaware of the pivotal role she will play in his quest, and the profound, often devastating, consequences that their meeting will unleash upon the world. And far, far beyond that, she has no inkling that her unique, potent skills that can charm dragons, command spirits, and manipulate the very elements, might one day be called upon to face a challenge of a very different kind, a giant of bronze, animated by divine ichor, a guardian whose only weakness is a secret she may be uniquely equipped to uncover and exploit. Her power is emerging, a dark, shimmering thread in the vast, unfolding tapestry of myth, destined to intersect with heroes, monsters, and the very fate of ancient kingdoms. Leaving Medea for a moment, her potent magic still a simmering, dark promise in distant Colchis, your sleepy focus drifts gently back to the much-traveled, hero-laden vessel, the Argo. Many, many moons have waxed and waned, countless stars have wheeled across the night sky, and a truly staggering number of perilous adventures have been faced and, somehow, overcome since Jason and his Argonauts first set their audacious sail from the shores of Iolcos. They have, against all odds, achieved their primary, almost impossible goal, the legendary Golden Fleece, that shimmering, magical sheepskin, is theirs, now stowed safely, or perhaps somewhat nervously, aboard their ship. And with it, another significant acquisition, Medea, princess of Colchis, priestess of Hecate, and a sorceress of formidable, and rapidly emerging, power, is now among them, her fate irrevocably intertwined with Jason's. But their journey home to Greece is proving to be every bit as challenging, if not more so, than the voyage out. King Aeetes, understandably miffed about the theft of his most prized possession and the abduction of his magically gifted daughter, is in hot pursuit with his fleet, or at least, has dispatched ships to intercept them. The Argonauts' return trip, therefore, is less of a triumphant direct flight and more of a desperate, meandering, scenic route through almost every known, and, according to some particularly imaginative ancient sources, several entirely unknown, body of water. Their travel agent, had they been foolish enough to employ one for such a venture, was either exceptionally creative with itineraries or possessed a deeply sadistic streak. Some accounts have them sailing up the Ister, the Danube River, across vast swathes of Europe, perhaps even carrying the Argo overland for stretches, a feat that would have tested even Heracles' prodigious strength, had he still been with them. Others describe them navigating mythical lakes in distant Libya before somehow, eventually, finding their way back towards the familiar waters of the Aegean. Scholarly debate still swirls around these various and often contradictory routes described for the Argonauts' return. Are they faint echoes of actual, incredibly daring Bronze Age sailing expeditions and garbled geographical knowledge? Are they symbolic journeys, representing spiritual trials or the exploration of the boundaries of the known world? Or are they simply the delightful, unrestrained creative license of poets and mythographers, each storyteller adding their own dramatic flair over centuries of retelling? Whatever the case, one thing is certain: by the time their battered ship finally nears the prominent, mountainous silhouette of Crete, the Argonauts are weary to the bone. You see the Argo now, her once proud timbers scarred and weathered, her sail patched and repatched, her heroes grimy and exhausted. Their supplies of fresh water and food are perilously low. The constant exposure to the elements, the endless rowing, the frequent skirmishes, and the sheer psychological toll of their epic journey have left their mark. Even the ship's magical talking beam, if it's still offering commentary, is probably just sighing wearily. Honestly, Jason, are you absolutely sure you know where we're going this time? Because this distinctly mountainous island doesn't much resemble the familiar shores of Iolcos to me. Just saying. The sight of Crete, then, rising from the sea, is both a relief and a potential new source of anxiety. Land means the possibility of fresh water, of replenishing their dwindling provisions, of a safe anchorage to make much-needed repairs and allow the crew a few precious hours of rest on solid ground. Ancient long-distance sea voyages, as you know, were incredibly taxing. Finding safe harbors with access to potable water wasn't just a convenience, it was a matter of survival. But Crete also has a reputation, a mystique. Tales of its powerful king, Minos, and its unique, formidable guardian, Talos, would have circulated throughout the Aegean, as we've discussed. The Argonauts, seasoned adventurers though they are, would approach with caution. Their intentions here are not conquest or plunder, they've had quite enough of that sort of excitement for one voyage. They are simply seeking refuge, a temporary haven. They need to make landfall, but they also need to avoid antagonizing whatever powers protect this island. You can almost imagine the heroes, huddled on deck, debating their next move. Right, lads, Jason might say, trying to project an air of confident leadership despite his own exhaustion, we need water, and we need it badly. Let's find a quiet cove, send a small, very polite party ashore, and try not to attract the attention of any, unusually large, metallic coastal wardens. And for Zeus's sake, someone make sure Heracles doesn't try to wrestle anything he shouldn't. Though, by most accounts, Heracles had left the expedition much earlier, this sentiment about avoiding unnecessary heroic brawls would still be pertinent. They might even consider sending a diplomatic, excuse me, giant bronze person, we're a bit lost and awfully thirsty, could you possibly point us towards the nearest friendly spring, and do you happen to have any fresh figs? We promise we won't try to steal anything shiny this time, we've already got a fleece, thank you very much. The atmosphere on board is a potent cocktail of bone-deep weariness, the faint, lingering scent of relief at having survived so much, and a tense uncertainty about what this new island will bring. Medea, too, is a factor. Her presence is both a blessing, due to her magical aid, and a complication, given her status as a fugitive princess from a powerful kingdom. She observes the approaching island with her own keen, perhaps apprehensive, gaze. And so, the Argo, laden with heroes, a sorceress, and one very famous piece of golden sheepskin, draws nearer to the shores of Crete, its weary crew hoping for respite, but acutely aware that they are sailing into waters protected by a legend. Their long and winding journey is about to take another, unexpected turn, leading them directly into the path of the island's unblinking, bronze sentinel. As the weary Argo, its timbers groaning a sea shanty of exhaustion and its heroic crew dreaming of nothing more than fresh water and solid, unmoving earth, cautiously glides towards what they hope is a secluded, welcoming Cretan cove, the island's ever-vigilant guardian, Talos, inevitably becomes aware of their presence. His patrol is ceaseless, his gaze, metaphorical or literal, is unwavering. No ship, however stealthily it approaches, can long escape his notice. You watch as Talos, perhaps striding along a high cliff path some distance away, suddenly pauses. His massive bronze head, which moments before was sweeping the horizon in a slow, methodical arc, now swivels with surprising speed, fixing on the unfamiliar silhouette of the Argo. He didn't exactly have advanced facial recognition software or access to an inter-island shipping manifest database, but unfamiliar, rather battered-looking ship full of heavily armed, nervous-looking heroes and a suspicious lack of Cretan welcome banners probably set off a few internal alarm bells in his divine or mechanical consciousness. This vessel is not one of the regular Minoan trading ships he sees daily, nor is it a recognized ally. It is an unknown, and in Talos' straightforward operational programming, unknown often defaults to potential threat. On board the Argo, a similar moment of dawning, horrified realization occurs. Perhaps one of the heroes, Lynceus, famed for his incredibly keen eyesight, is the first to spot him, not as a distant, legendary glint this time, but as a terrifyingly close, rapidly growing reality. By all the gods of Olympus, he might choke out, his voice barely a whisper, it's him. All activity on the ship ceases. The rhythmic creak of oars, the low murmur of conversation, the weary sighs, all are swallowed by a sudden, profound silence, quickly followed by frantic, hushed exclamations. The Argonauts have faced monstrous beasts, treacherous seas, and hostile kings, but this is something else entirely. The legends, the whispers on the wind, have solidified into a 3-story, or more, tall, gleaming bronze nightmare. Their luck, it seems, has once again led them to find one of the most challenging, and potentially lethal, parking spots in the entire ancient world. Oh, look, a lovely deserted beach, perfect for a bit of R&R. What's that rather ominous rumbling sound? And why, pray tell, is that nearby cliff suddenly hefting a boulder the size of our captain's ego? Talos, for his part, wastes no time in pleasantries or formal challenges. He is a security system, and that system has just been tripped. Trying to negotiate with Talos, to explain their peaceful intentions, would be like trying to reason with your toaster not to burn the bread. Now, see here, Mr. Toaster, we've had a long chat about this, must you incinerate the sourdough every single time? He has one primary job, protect Crete from unauthorized landings, and he performs it with unwavering, single-minded enthusiasm. You witness him move with a dreadful purpose. If he was distant, he now strides towards the coast nearest the Argo, each footfall making the very cliffs tremble. The sunlight glints menacingly off his polished bronze shoulders. He reaches the edge of a precipice overlooking the cove where the Argonauts were perhaps hoping to drop anchor. There, he stoops, just as the legends describe, and his hand closes around an enormous slab of rock, a jagged piece of the island itself. He hefts it as easily as a mortal child might lift a pebble. There are no verbal warnings, no demands for identification. His posture, his action, is the warning. It's a clear, unambiguous statement, go away. Now. Or this very large piece of geology will be joining you on your ship, rather forcefully. Ancient accounts of automatons or magical guardians, like those we've touched upon, often emphasize their unwavering, almost terrifying adherence to their programming or their defined purpose. This makes them relentless, implacable, and exceptionally difficult to reason with, a quality Talos now embodies perfectly. He isn't angry, nor is he malicious in a human sense. He is simply executing his function. The tension is almost a physical presence, a heavy weight pressing down on the tiny, fragile Argo and its suddenly very small-feeling crew. Scholars of mythology often analyze the guardian at the threshold motif, a recurring theme where heroes, on their quests, must overcome or outwit a formidable protector to enter a new realm, gain a vital prize, or simply survive. Talos is the ultimate guardian at the threshold of Crete, and he is about to test the Argonauts' courage, their resourcefulness, and perhaps, more specifically, the unique skills of a certain sorceress they have aboard, rather than just their collective brute strength. The heroes on the Argo would be scrambling, some perhaps instinctively reaching for their weapons, others for the oars, their minds racing. Jason would be shouting orders, trying to maintain some semblance of control in the face of this overwhelming, unexpected threat. Medea, standing on the deck, her dark eyes fixed on the bronze colossus, might feel a different kind of energy stirring within her, not just fear, but perhaps a flicker of professional interest, a sizing up of a power that is unlike any she has encountered before. The air is thick with unspoken questions. Will Talos hurl the rock? Can the Argo evade it? Is there any way to communicate their peaceful intent to this silent, metallic titan? The challenge has been issued, not in words, but in the language of imminent, overwhelming force. Crete's guardian is awake, alert, and ready to defend his island. The Argonauts, weary from one epic quest, have just stumbled headlong into another, potentially even more deadly, confrontation. The great bronze arm of Talos is raised high against the Cretan sky, a colossal boulder clutched in his metallic fist, poised to deliver the island's decidedly unwelcoming message to the weary travelers aboard the Argo. On the deck of the small, battered ship, a flurry of desperate activity erupts, quickly followed by a dawning, chilling realization: their usual heroic repertoire might be spectacularly, and fatally, inadequate for this particular meet and greet. You witness the heroes, these champions of the ancient world, react with a mixture of ingrained bravery and sudden, understandable panic. The Argonauts' first, most instinctive plan was probably something along the lines of Operation Row away very, very, very fast. Oars splash frantically in the water, the heroes straining, their muscles bunching, trying to propel the Argo back out of the cove, away from the looming threat. But a ship of that size, especially one already damaged from a long and arduous voyage, cannot turn on a drachma. And Talos' rock-throwing arm, one would imagine, possessed a considerable and highly accurate range. Very, very fast, in a Bronze Age ship burdened with heroes and a very heavy fleece isn't exactly light speed, and certainly not fast enough to outrun a divinely engineered pitching machine. Jason, ever the leader, might shout across the water, his voice strained, attempting to convey their peaceful intentions. Hold, mighty guardian. We are but weary travelers, seeking only water and safe haven. We mean no harm to Crete or its people. But his words, however sincere, are likely lost in the vastness of the space, or simply irrelevant to the bronze giant. Talos is not programmed for diplomatic discourse, he is programmed for defense. Trying to negotiate with Talos at this point would be like trying to reason with a particularly determined earthquake or a singularly focused avalanche. Now, see here, Mr. Earthquake, we've had a rather long journey, must you shake the ground quite so vigorously just as we're trying to park? He has one job, one core directive, and he does it with unwavering, metallic enthusiasm. Perhaps one of the more impetuous heroes, renowned for their skill with the bow or spear, attempts a more direct approach. An arrow, tipped with the finest bronze, is loosed with expert aim, or a javelin is hurled with all a hero's might towards the colossal figure. You watch as the projectile, so deadly against mortal flesh or even the tough hide of a monstrous beast, simply pings harmlessly off Talos' gleaming bronze chest or leg, falling bent and useless into the sea. Shooting an arrow at Talos would be akin to throwing a soft cotton ball at a moving battle tank. He probably wouldn't even register the impact, unless it was a particularly sassy arrow carrying a very rude, and very small, note attached. This single, futile act underscores the terrifying reality: their conventional weapons, their renowned martial prowess, are utterly useless here. This is the crux of their desperate standstill. Talos is an immovable object, or rather, a relentlessly mobile and aggressive one, against which their usual irresistible force has no effect. Brute strength, even the legendary might of Heracles had he still been among them, would find no purchase, no weakness to exploit in that seamless, towering edifice of metal. The Argonauts, a crew whose collective resume includes outwitting harpies, navigating clashing rocks, and generally performing deeds beyond the ken of ordinary mortals, are stymied. They are trapped, either within the confines of the cove or just offshore, under the imminent threat of geological bombardment. A sense of profound frustration, bordering on despair, begins to settle over the heroes. You can almost hear the emergency team meeting taking place on the Argo's deck. Jason, running a hand through his doubtlessly heroic but currently very disheveled hair, might ask, "Any ideas, people? And let's try to make them somewhat better than, Heracles, you go punch it really hard, because A, our strongest hero took an early shore leave from this particular extended cruise, and B, I strongly suspect that even his legendary punches would achieve little more than a slightly bruised knuckle and an even grumpier bronze giant." Some of the more niche superpowers amongst the crew would also prove unhelpful. Lynceus's keen sight is great for spotting trouble, but not so useful for making it go away. Euphemus might be able to run on water, but a quick dash to shore to politely ask Talos to desist seems ill-advised under a raised boulder. The theme of Metis, cunning intelligence, trickery, or specialized knowledge, Bersispia, brute force or physical strength, is a powerful and recurring one in the rich tapestry of Greek mythology. Encounters like this one, with the seemingly invincible Talos, often serve to demonstrate the inherent limitations of simple force and the absolute necessity for a more subtle, more intelligent approach, or perhaps access to a very specific, almost esoteric, skill set to overcome what appear to be insurmountable obstacles. The usual heroic toolkit, courage, a sharp sword, and a loud war cry, is proving to be woefully inadequate. As the Argonauts stare up at the silent, menacing giant, and the giant stares down, or at least, looms menacingly in their general direction, the standoff continues. The sun beats down. The only sounds are the lapping of water against the Argo's hull, the distant cries of undisturbed seabirds further down the coast, and the heavy breathing of exhausted, terrified heroes. Their journey, already so fraught with peril, has reached a point of critical, desperate immobility. Their usual tactics have failed, their strength is nullified. The shadow of the bronze guardian falls heavy upon them, and a solution seems impossibly out of reach. As the mighty Argonauts, these paragons of Bronze Age heroism, find themselves utterly stymied by the rock-wielding Colossus, their famed strength and well-honed courage rendered as effective as a gentle summer breeze against a mountain of solid bronze, a different kind of power begins to make its quiet, yet potent, presence felt on the deck of the weary Argo. Your attention, like that of the increasingly desperate heroes, now turns from the flustered warriors and their futile strategies to a figure who has, until this moment, remained largely in the periphery of this particular crisis, Medea, princess of Colchis, priestess of Hecate, sorceress. While the heroes might be shouting, gesticulating, or perhaps engaging in some rather frantic, last-minute or based evasive maneuvers, Medea stands apart. There's a stillness about her, an intense, focused calm amidst the rising tide of panic. Her dark eyes, which have witnessed the ancient magics of Colchis and perhaps communed with deities of the shadowed earth, are fixed unblinkingly upon Talos. She is not just seeing a monstrous threat, she is observing, assessing, her mind working with a speed and clarity that contrasts sharply with the brute force predicament of her companions. While the heroes were likely trying to figure out if yelling louder or rowing with more panicked energy would somehow help, Medea was probably already running through her extensive mental catalogue of effective incantations and stratagems for dealing with oversized, uncooperative, and potentially hostile metallic entities. Chapter 3, Subsection B, most likely, right after, minor annoyances and their herbal remedies. Her gaze is analytical. She would note his material, his immense size, the seemingly flawless nature of his construction. She would also, crucially, observe what he doesn't do. He doesn't speak, he doesn't display complex reasoning beyond his defensive actions. He is a construct, a marvel of engineering or divine artifice, but perhaps, like all things made, he possesses a point of unmaking. Her knowledge, steeped in the ancient lore of her homeland and the secret teachings of Hecate, would allow her to perceive things that the more straightforward heroes, for all their bravery, might miss. She is looking beyond the terrifying exterior, searching for a subtle disharmony, a hidden flaw, a whisper of vulnerability that her unique skills might exploit. The power that Medea wields is not the overt, physical strength of Heracles or the martial prowess of Jason. Hers is the power of intellect, of hidden knowledge, of the subtle arts of magic that can influence minds, command elements, or exploit the unseen weaknesses in formidable defenses. Women in Greek mythology who, like Medea or her aunt Circe, wielded such magical power were often depicted as deeply potent and intriguingly ambiguous figures. They operated outside the conventional norms, their strength residing in esoteric wisdom and carefully guarded secrets rather than in the clash of bronze on bronze. Medea's calm in the face of a seemingly invincible, rock-throwing colossus was likely a sign of both incredible inner fortitude and an indication that her personal, "what's the worst that could possibly happen here," scale was calibrated very, very differently from that of everyone else on board. Probably a healthy combination of both. As the hero's initial flurry of ineffective action subsides into a grim, desperate silence, their eyes might begin to turn towards her. Perhaps Jason, remembering the crucial aid her magic provided in Colchis, charming the fire-breathing bulls, lulling the dragon that guarded the fleece, looks at her with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Her powers were potent, undeniably effective, but also, to the average Bronze Age hero, somewhat alien and perhaps a little unnerving. Suddenly, all those quiet hours Medea had spent muttering over bubbling cauldrons, collecting strange and possibly sinister-looking plants under the light of the full moon, didn't seem quite so eccentric or alarming anymore. Medea, my dear," Jason might venture, trying to sound casual, "you wouldn't happen to have a conveniently sized, deactivate giant bronze island guardian potion in your little travel pouch, would you? Or perhaps a particularly strong sleeping draft recipe that works on metal? No reason, just asking for a friend. Who is currently us." She might not answer immediately, her concentration absolute. She would be sifting through her knowledge, her gaze still locked on Talos. She might recall ancient stories from the East, tales of other automatons, of golems or crafted beings, and the methods by which they were controlled or undone. She would be considering the nature of his animation, the ichor, perhaps, or some other magical binding. Could it be disrupted? Could the very source of his power be turned against him? These are the avenues her mind would explore, far removed from the hero's thoughts of direct, physical confrontation. Certain herbs and arcane substances, as you may recall from ancient lore, were believed to possess extraordinary power over spirits, or the ability to weaken magical protections, or even to affect metals and stone. Medea, as a skilled herbalist and a dedicated priestess of Hecate, goddess of such hidden knowledge, would have an encyclopedic understanding of these potent ingredients and their applications. One can almost imagine her mentally inventorying her supplies, or considering what potent elements might be found even on this unfamiliar Cretan shore, should an opportunity arise. She might be thinking, "I wonder if he's susceptible to a particularly strong infusion of, no, that would take too long to brew. Perhaps a well-aimed enchantment to induce sudden, severe, and highly localized ankle rust." Her focus is absolute, a silent counterpoint to the noisy despair of the Argonauts. The sorceress assesses the situation, not as a warrior facing a foe, but as an artisan examining a complex, and potentially flawed, piece of craftsmanship. The key to their survival, it is becoming increasingly clear, lies not in the strength of their sword arms, but in the power and cunning contained within the mind of this dark-haired woman from distant Colchis. The bronze giant has met his physical match in terms of invulnerability, he is about to meet a very different kind of challenge. As Medea's intense, unwavering gaze remains locked on the bronze colossus, Talos, who stands poised with his boulder of doom, a subtle shift occurs within the sorceress. The initial phase of keen assessment, of absorbing the sheer, overwhelming reality of their opponent, gives way to a deeper, more focused concentration. You perceive the cogs of her formidable intellect and her profound magical intuition beginning to turn with a quiet, purposeful hum. The mighty Argonauts may have reached a desperate, muscle-weary standstill, their usual heroic bravado deflating like a punctured wineskin, but in the intricate labyrinth of Medea's mind, a battle of wits, a far more subtle and potentially more decisive contest, is just beginning. She would, almost instinctively, discard the notion of brute force. The ping of that useless arrow against Talos' bronze hide, the terrified futility in the hero's attempts to row away, would have confirmed what her instincts already suggested. This was not a foe to be overcome by spear, sword, or even the combined might of 50 legendary heroes. Talos was a different order of being, a puzzle wrought in metal and animated by something beyond mortal understanding. Trying to follow Medea's complex train of thought as she delved into magical problem-solving mode would likely be akin to trying to knit fog while riding a unicycle on a tightrope. Best for the other Argonauts to just nod, try to look intelligently supportive, and perhaps ensure her supply of rare herbs and vaguely sinister-looking amulets was readily accessible. Her mind, a repository of ancient Colchian secrets, Hecatean lore, and an innate understanding of the hidden currents of the world, would begin to sift through possibilities. She is searching for that single point of vulnerability, the proverbial loose thread in an otherwise perfect tapestry, the Achilles' heel that even the most formidable creations often possess. We, of course, are privy to the secret of the ankle pin, but for Medea, this is a process of deduction, intuition, and perhaps a touch of inspired magical insight. You can imagine her observing Talos with an almost scientific detachment, despite the imminent peril. She notes the way he moves, the seemingly flawless integration of his metallic plates. She registers the sheer, unyielding nature of his material. She considers the source of his animation, that divine ichor, the lifeblood of gods and their chosen constructs. Could that be the key? Not to shatter the unyielding bronze, but to somehow interrupt the flow. To drain the power source. Her thoughts would race, recalling every scrap of knowledge she possesses about automatons, divine creations, and the vulnerabilities inherent in even the most powerful enchantments or constructions. Perhaps she remembers tales from her aunt Circe, or cryptic verses from ancient scrolls housed in the temples of Hecate. She might consider various approaches, a powerful illusion to distract or confuse him. A potent sleeping draught, if such a thing could affect a being of metal. Or perhaps a direct assault, not on his physical form, but on the magical energies that sustain him. Medea probably wasn't one for lengthy, detailed PowerPoint presentations when outlining her cunning plans. More likely a period of intense, almost unnerving silence, a few ominous muttering under her breath in a language no one else on board understood, and then, right then, Jason, I believe I have a notion. It's probably going to be mildly terrifying for all involved, possibly involve some minor divine retribution later down the line, and has a non-zero chance of backfiring spectacularly, but it's demonstrably better than our current strategy of waiting to become an interesting new feature on the Cretan seafloor. The character of Medea, as depicted in ancient Greek literature and myth, often raises fascinating questions among scholars regarding the portrayal of female agency and the nature of power. Is her cunning intelligence, her reliance on magic and specialized knowledge, presented as a subversive force that challenges the traditional heroic male norms centered on martial valor? Or is it, at times, depicted as inherently dangerous, perhaps even a little unnatural, precisely because it operates outside these more conventional, and frankly more predictable, masculine frameworks? In this moment, her otherness is their only hope. As she delves deeper into her strategic musings, her outward demeanor might betray little, save for an even greater intensity in her dark eyes. Perhaps she absently traces a complex symbol on the ship's railing with her fingertip, or her lips move silently, forming the syllables of an ancient incantation, testing its feel, its power. The other Argonauts, having exhausted their own repertoire of heroic but ultimately ineffective solutions, would be watching her now with a mixture of renewed hope and perhaps a lingering apprehension. They have witnessed her power before, in Colchis, and they know it is formidable, but it is also a power they do not fully comprehend, a magic that feels both potent and perilous. The heroes were probably getting a bit antsy during this silent, intense planning phase. Is she just staring very intently at him? Is that the grand plan? A highly competitive international staring contest. Because, with all due respect to the princess, I think the giant unblinking metal dude might just have the edge in that particular department. Little do they know, the true battle, the one that truly matters at this desperate juncture, is already being waged, not with bronze swords or oaken spears, but with intellect, with ancient knowledge, and with the potent, often unpredictable force of magic, all within the mind of the sorceress from Colchis. A strategy is beginning to coalesce, a plan as intricate and carefully constructed as Talos himself, designed to exploit not his strength, but a weakness he doesn't even know he has, a flaw known only to his creator, and, soon perhaps, to Medea. The intricate gears of Medea's exceptionally sharp mind have been turning with quiet intensity, sifting through layers of ancient lore, forgotten incantations, and the arcane strategies known only to the initiates of Hecate. Now, as the Argonauts wait in a state of suspended, anxious animation, a flicker of decision, a spark of dangerous resolve, illuminates her dark eyes. A path, or at least a first gambit, has been chosen. She will attempt to engage the bronze colossus not with the clanging futility of mortal weapons, but with the subtle, insidious, and often unpredictable power of her will, her focused gaze, and her unique enchantments. You see Medea step forward on the gently rocking deck of the Argo, perhaps moving to the prow of the ship to gain a clearer, more direct line of sight to the towering guardian on the cliff edge. The other heroes instinctively hold their breath, their earlier panic giving way to a mixture of desperate hope and a kind of fascinated dread. Their main role at this point, one imagines, was to try very hard not to make any sudden movements or loud, distracting noises that might break the spell, and for the absolute love of Zeus, don't ask if it's working yet. Moral support, Bronze Age hero style, often involved staying very still and very quiet. She raises her hands, not in a gesture of aggression, but perhaps in a slow, deliberate movement that seems to gather the unseen energies of the air around her. Her lips begin to move, forming silent syllables or a low, almost inaudible chant, words of power drawn from the deepest wells of Colchian magic. Her entire being becomes a conduit of focused intent. Medea's concentration at this moment would be so profound, so absolute, you could probably have set off a rather spectacular celebratory firework display right next to her, had such things been invented, and she wouldn't have so much as blinked. Though the Argonauts, bless their heroic but currently very stressed hearts, were probably blinking enough for everyone on board. One version of the ancient myth suggests that Medea employed her potent gaze, perhaps augmented by her spells, to confuse or even madden the bronze giant. The belief in the power of a focused, magically charged gaze, sometimes known as the evil eye in other contexts, though here it's more a tool of enchantment, was widespread in many ancient cultures, including the Greek world. Direct eye contact, in some magical traditions, is a crucial element for casting certain types of spells or asserting a dominant will over another being. Medea, in locking her will, if not literally her eyes, given the distance and Talos' impassive face, with the essence of Talos, would be engaging in a primal form of magical confrontation. It's like a staring contest, but with significantly higher stakes, a much larger opponent, and a substantially greater chance of accidentally summoning a minor, and possibly rather disgruntled, deity if you were to blink or lose focus at precisely the wrong moment. What does Talos experience as Medea weaves her subtle enchantments? He is a being of bronze and ichor, not of flesh and blood with a conventional mind to be swayed. Yet, if he is animated by a divine or magical life force, perhaps that very life force can be disturbed, distorted, or confused. Imagine, if you will, the clear, steady stream of his programming suddenly encountering interference, like static on a perfectly tuned lyre string. Perhaps the spells Medea casts are designed to create phantoms in his perception, illusory threats or confusing signals that might cause him to falter or misinterpret his surroundings. Some stories do indeed say she conjured terrifying phantoms or drove him to a state of madness with her dark enchantments. Trying to hypnotize a giant bronze automaton is, admittedly, a rather bold and unconventional therapeutic approach. You are feeling very, very sleepy, your internal gears are getting wonderfully heavy, you have a sudden, inexplicable urge to take up macrame and perhaps reconsider this whole rock-throwing business. It's a long shot, certainly, but when you're fresh out of other, more conventional giant-stopping options. The role of the vision and gaze in ancient Greek magic and religion is a truly complex and fascinating area of study. Scholars still debate whether such concepts were purely metaphorical, referring to insight or focused will, or if they reflected deeply held beliefs in actual emanations, unseen energies, or tangible powers that could be projected through concentrated sight. For long moments, there might be no discernible effect. Talos still stands, implacable, the great boulder still held aloft, a silent, metallic threat. The Argonauts might exchange nervous glances. Is it working? Can mere words, mere will, affect such a creature? But Medea's concentration does not waver. She continues her silent assault, her will a focused beam against the giant's defenses. Then, perhaps, a subtle change. Does Talos shift his weight uneasily? Does his great head tilt, as if trying to clear a sudden, inexplicable ringing in his auditory sensors, or dispel a phantom image flickering at the edge of his perception? He might even lower the rock a fraction, a flicker of hesitation in his previously unwavering purpose. It's not a dramatic collapse, not a sudden shutdown, but a small, almost imperceptible faltering. A sign, perhaps, that Medea's enchantments are indeed beginning to find a chink in his mental or magical armor. The air around the Argo hums with an unseen energy. The sea seems to hold its breath. This is not a battle of clashing bronze, but of focused will against programmed defense, of subtle magic against overwhelming might. The sorceress from Colchis, drawing upon the ancient power of Hecate and the deep well of her own formidable spirit, is engaged in a desperate, delicate dance with the bronze guardian of Crete, a dance whose outcome is still terrifyingly uncertain. While the potent, almost palpable force of Medea's focused gaze and her subtly woven enchantments might have caused the great bronze Talos to falter, to hesitate for a crucial moment in his destructive purpose, another, perhaps even more insidious and artful, strand of myth offers a different tactic allegedly employed by the cunning sorceress from Colchis. You recall another version of this dramatic encounter, one that relies less on a direct magical assault to overwhelm his senses, and more on the subtle, silver-tongued art of persuasion, a deceptive promise whispered across the tense stretch of water separating the vulnerable Argo from the mighty guardian. In this telling of the tale, Medea, recognizing the near impossibility of besting Talos through sheer force or even a purely magical battering ram against his will, shifts her approach. She attempts to communicate with the giant. How precisely she achieves this is, like so many details in these ancient stories, shrouded in the mists of poetic ambiguity. Perhaps her voice, imbued with the persuasive magic of Hecate, carries across the distance with an unnatural clarity, penetrating Talos' consciousness or whatever passed for it within his bronze shell. Or maybe she projects her thoughts, her intentions, directly into his being, a telepathic suggestion too alluring to ignore. The offer she makes is a tantalizing one, designed to appeal to a fundamental desire, even if that desire is merely a programmed imperative within an artificial being. She promises to make him truly immortal. Great Talos, her voice might echo, a siren song of cunning, I see your tireless vigil, your enduring strength. But your current form, mighty as it is not eternal. The very ichor that animates you is finite, sealed within you by a mere pin. I, Medea, priestess of Hecate, possess the secret knowledge to make you truly, unconditionally immortal, like the gods themselves. Your bronze will never tarnish, your strength will never wane, your existence will stretch into infinity, an eternal guardian for this isle. Medea's timeshare pitch for the True Immortality Package Plus, with optional rust-proofing for the ankles, must have sounded incredibly convincing, especially when delivered with a sorceress's compelling charm. Now, why would a being like Talos, an automaton forged for a specific purpose, be susceptible to such a promise? This is where the myth invites a gentle, sleepy speculation. Perhaps his life, sustained by the divine ichor, while incredibly long-lasting, was not truly endless without some form of divine maintenance or renewal. Perhaps, in his unique awareness, he possessed some rudimentary understanding of his own potential cessation, a fear of the day his ichor might run dry or his mechanisms fail. Or maybe Medea's words, laced with potent enchantments, simply bypassed any rational, thought process he might have had, directly influencing his core programming, making the offer irresistible. It's like a pop-up ad you just can't help but click, even if you suspect it might lead to trouble. Limited time offer. Upgrade to eternal invincibility. Click here, or, let me remove this rather crucial structural component, for details. The crucial, deceptive condition attached to this grand promise is, of course, the removal of that single bronze nail or plug in his ankle, the very linchpin of his existence. Medea would present this not as a path to his destruction, but as a necessary step in the anointing process, a way to release the old, limited ichor, perhaps, to make way for the new, truly immortal essence she would supposedly grant him. To achieve this ultimate state, great Talos, she might explain, her voice soothing and full of false sincerity, the seal that binds your current life force must be briefly undone. Trust me. This is standard procedure for deification. You always have to read the fine print in these divine deals, though. Immortality subject to terms and conditions, including, but not limited to, complete and immediate exsanguination of all vital divine fluids. Please note, no refunds, exchanges, or reanimations will be offered. This tactic showcases a different facet of Medea's power, not just her command over spells and potions, but her sharp intellect, her understanding of leverage, both literal and metaphorical, and her willingness to use deception as a weapon. The desire for immortality, as you know, is a powerful and pervasive theme in countless ancient mythologies and religions. Heroes, kings, and even ordinary mortals throughout history have sought ways to overcome the finality of death, to achieve some form of lasting existence. Medea's promise, even when made to an artificial being like Talos, taps directly into this deep-seated, almost universal aspiration. If Talos had a moment to jot down a quick pros and cons list, it might read, pro, become truly, unequivocally immortal, no more tedious ichor top-ups, eternal bragging rights as Crete's guardian. Con, slightly vulnerable sensation during the ankle unplugging process, requires trusting a sorceress who just arrived on an unfamiliar ship. On balance, seems legit. The varying accounts of Talos' defeat, particularly those that emphasize Medea's cunning and trickery, dolos in Greek, often lead scholars to discuss the ancient Greek fascination with clever deception as an effective, and sometimes even heroic, tool. In a world of often overwhelming divine power and monstrous strength, ingenuity and the ability to outwit a stronger opponent were highly valued qualities, sometimes seen as equal to, or even superior to, brute physical force, especially when facing seemingly insurmountable odds. So, as Medea projects this alluring, treacherous promise towards the bronze giant, the Argonauts watch, perhaps with a renewed, if still deeply anxious, sense of hope. The crashing of boulders has ceased, for now. The immediate physical threat is held in abeyance, replaced by a silent, intense psychological, or psychomagical, duel. Will Talos, the unwavering sentinel, the embodiment of Cretan defense, succumb to this carefully crafted illusion? Will the lure of true immortality, whispered by the honeyed, magically infused words of Medea, be enough to make him lower his guard and willingly participate in his own undoing? The fate of the Argo and its crew now hangs precariously on the answer. Whether the mighty Talos is beginning to sway under the alluring, deceptive whispers of Medea's promise of true immortality, or if his senses are still reeling and confused from the potent enchantments of her focused gaze, the sorceress from Colchis knows that any momentary advantage gained, any flicker of hesitation from the bronze giant, must be pressed. A promise alone, however magically persuasive, is not enough to neutralize such a formidable guardian. She needs a tangible target, a precise point upon which to focus her potent arts. Her mind, a keen and polished instrument honed by years of arcane study and communion with chthonic powers, now races to pinpoint the exact mechanism of his potential unmaking. You watch as Medea's focus sharpens, her dark eyes scanning the colossal bronze form with an almost unnerving intensity. It's like she's trying to find a single, almost invisible typo in a 1,000-page instruction manual for a divine appliance, a manual written in ancient, indecipherable linear A, with no helpful diagrams. But Medea possesses a unique lexicon, a different way of reading the world, and the beings within it. She's not just looking at Talos, she's looking into him, in a manner of speaking, seeking the subtle seam in his invulnerable armor, the singular flaw in his magnificent, terrifying design. Perhaps her earlier enchantments, those confusing spells or hypnotic suggestions, did indeed cause Talos to act erratically, even for a moment. Did he stumble, ever so slightly? Did he instinctively try to shield a particular part of his massive frame? Any such deviation from his usually implacable movements would be a vital clue, a breadcrumb for Medea's perceptive intellect to follow. Or maybe, as she projected her will, she sensed a flicker, a resonance, a point of specific vulnerability that hummed with a different energy than the rest of his inert metal shell. Her vast knowledge of magical lore would also come into play. She would recall tales of other automatons, of divine constructs, of beings animated by unnatural means. Such creations, powerful as they often were, frequently possessed a hidden key to their existence, a specific point of failure, a magical off switch, if you will. It was a common theme in the ancient stories. Great power often came with a correspondingly precise, if well hidden, Achilles' heel. Hephaestus or Daedalus, for all their divine or mortal genius, really should have considered putting a very large, very clear warning, do not remove this critical nail under penalty of complete and irreversible deactivation label near the crucial spot. Maybe with a little pictogram of a deflating bronze giant, just for clarity. Medea might even, in this moment of intense concentration, call upon her patron goddess, Hecate, mistress of magic, witchcraft, and the hidden ways. A silent prayer, a focused appeal for insight, could draw back the veil of ordinary perception, allowing her to see what others could not, the subtle flow of the divine ichor within Talos, the single channel through which it coursed, and, most importantly, the point at which that channel was sealed. And so, her attention, guided by observation, lore, intuition, or perhaps a whisper from the divine, begins to narrow. It's drawn inexorably downwards, past the massive torso, along the powerful bronze legs, towards his ankles. It's a small, almost insignificant detail on such a colossal being, easily overlooked. But Medea's gaze is now fixed there. In some versions of the myth, as you might recall, there's a certain specificity, the right ankle, or a particular vein. This level of detail, however arbitrary it might seem to us now, adds a chilling vividness to the ancient storytelling, transforming a general vulnerability into a precise, targetable weakness. She discerns it then, the bronze nail, the linchpin, the small plug that holds the entirety of Talos' animating essence within him. She understands its function, its critical importance. This is not just a rivet among many, this is the rivet. Medea, the ultimate magical diagnostician, has completed her examination. Patient presents as a colossal bronze automaton, exhibiting signs of acute overvigilance and a tendency towards aggressive geological bombardment. Further observation reveals a slight hesitation in the left, or right, ankle region, faint but persistent ichor scent when downwind. Ah, yes, a classic case of single critical linchpin in the lower extremity syndrome. Terribly common in divine constructs of this particular vintage. A quiet, almost imperceptible expression might cross Medea's face, not quite triumph, perhaps, for the danger is still immense, but the grim satisfaction of a puzzle solved, a mystery unraveled. The knowledge of a being's true name, or in this case, its hidden, fatal weakness, was often believed in ancient magical traditions to grant a significant measure of power over it. Medea now possesses that power, that crucial, deadly secret. She might not immediately announce her discovery to the still terrified Argonauts. This is knowledge to be wielded carefully, precisely. Perhaps she shares a quick, meaningful glance with Jason, a silent communication that she has found a way. Or maybe she keeps it to herself for a few moments longer, her mind already racing ahead, formulating the next, even more perilous, steps of her plan. The methods by which heroes or heroines in these ancient myths discover the secret weaknesses of their formidable adversaries, whether through divine revelation, painstaking deduction, unexpected betrayal, or sheer intuitive genius, often reflect deep-seated cultural values about the nature of knowledge, the acquisition of power, and the delicate interplay of fate versus individual agency in the grand theater of myth. For now, the crucial insight is hers. The ankle, and the nail embedded within it, has been identified. The seemingly invincible guardian of Crete, the bronze behemoth Talos, is, she now knows, as vulnerable as any mortal, if one knows exactly where, and how, to strike. Armed with the critical, hard-won knowledge of Talos' single, fatal vulnerability, that small, almost insignificant bronze nail or plug cunningly hidden in his ankle, the linchpin of his entire animated existence, Medea now prepares to enact the most perilous and decisive part of her audacious plan. The very air around the Argo seems to crackle with unspoken tension, the lapping of waves against the hull a too loud counterpoint to the strained silence of the heroes. The fate of every soul aboard, and indeed the future of their epic quest, hangs precariously on the success of this delicate, yet potentially catastrophic, fatal extraction. You watch, breathless in your mind's eye, as Medea steps once more to the forefront. The method by which this crucial nail is dislodged varies in the ancient tellings, a testament to the fluidity of myth and the different ways storytellers chose to emphasize certain skills or themes. In many accounts, it is Medea's magic, pure and potent, that directly brings about Talos' undoing. Imagine her dark eyes narrowed in absolute concentration, her will a tangible force reaching out across the water towards the colossal guardian. Perhaps she utters a powerful, sibilant incantation, words in a language older than Greek, words that resonate with the very building blocks of creation and unmaking. Her hands might weave intricate patterns in the air, channeling the unseen energies, or a faint, eerie luminescence might gather around her, a visible sign of the potent magic she commands. The target is small, incredibly so on such a vast expanse of bronze, but her focus is absolute. She might be telekinetically coaxing the nail, vibrating it loose from its ancient setting, or perhaps her spell directly dissolves the bonds holding it in place. Talos, for all his might, would have no defense against such an insidious, internal assault on his one weak point. He might shudder, a deep, metallic groan echoing from within, as the magic takes hold, a sensation utterly alien to his programmed existence. Another compelling version of the tale brings one of the Argonauts directly into this critical act, working in concert, perhaps, with Medea's enchantments. This hero is Poes, renowned for his peerless skill with the bow, a master archer whose arrows were said to fly truer than any other. In this scenario, Medea's magic might first play a crucial preparatory role. Perhaps her spells confuse Talos, causing him to stumble or shift his weight in such a way that his vulnerable ankle is momentarily exposed or the nail itself is made more accessible. Or maybe her enchantments weaken the bronze around the pin, making it susceptible to a well-aimed physical strike. Then, at Medea's precisely timed signal, "Okay, Poes, my heroic friend," aim for that small, almost invisible, and decidedly Achilles-like protuberance on his lower right, or left. The myths are sometimes delightfully vague on specifics, appendage. No, not that particularly shiny rivet just above it, that's merely decorative. The other one. The one that currently radiates distinct imminent catastrophic system failure vibes, if you catch my drift. Poes would step forward. This isn't a close enough is good enough kind of shot. This is like trying to win a very high-stakes game of Operation, but the patient is a 3-story tall, occasionally irate bronze giant, your tweezers are a bow and arrow, and if you hit the sides and get that buzzing sound, everyone on board gets turned into a seafloor ornament by a very large rock. No pressure at all. Drawing his powerful bow, Poes would loose an arrow, guided by his exceptional skill and perhaps a touch of divine favor from Apollo or even Hera, who had a vested interest in the Argonauts' success. The arrow, a tiny missile against such a colossal target, would fly with uncanny accuracy, striking the head of the bronze nail with just enough force to dislodge it. Yet another variation suggests a more tragic, almost self-inflicted demise for Talos. If Medea's earlier spells, as we pondered in section 30, successfully drove him into a state of madness or frenzied confusion, he might, in his uncontrolled thrashing, accidentally strike his vulnerable ankle against a sharp outcrop of rock, tearing out the vital pin himself. Or, if he was indeed swayed by Medea's treacherous promise of true immortality, as explored in section 31, he might, at her deceptive urging, attempt to remove the nail himself, believing it to be the first step towards his divine upgrade. This would be the ultimate, hold my amphora of ichor and watch this, oh wait, I am a giant bronze automaton, I don't actually drink from amphorae, and this is turning out to be a colossally bad idea, moment. The scholarly debate around these differing accounts is fascinating. The variations in ancient texts regarding the precise method of Talos' defeat, whether through Medea's direct magic, Poeas' heroic archery, or Talos' own tragically misguided actions, beautifully highlight the fluidity of oral traditions. Myths were not static, they were living stories, adapted and reshaped by different poets, playwrights, and storytellers over centuries, each version perhaps emphasizing different themes: the irresistible power of magic, the pivotal role of heroic skill, or the poignant tragedy of a being contributing to its own downfall. But regardless of the exact method, the critical moment arrives. The bronze nail, that small, unassuming linchpin which has for so long sealed Talos' life force within him, is finally dislodged. Perhaps there's a faint scraping sound, a metallic click, or just a subtle shift in the giant's stance. For a heartbeat, nothing seems to happen. The Argonauts watch, their breath caught in their throats. Talos still stands, towering and immense. Has it worked? Or have they merely provoked the giant further? Then, the first, unmistakable sign. From the now exposed opening in his ankle, a single, glistening droplet appears. It is not red, like mortal blood, but rather the clear, shimmering, or perhaps golden hue of divine ichor. Another droplet follows, and then another, a tiny, ominous precursor to the deluge that is about to be unleashed. The fatal extraction has been successful. The seal is broken. The bronze nail, that small, almost insignificant linchpin which served as the sole guardian of Talos' vital, animating essence, is gone. Dislodged by Medea's subtle magic, a hero's well-aimed arrow, or perhaps even by the giant's own tragically misguided hand, its absence creates a profound shift in the balance of power. A moment of stunned, almost breathless silence hangs in the salty Cretan air, broken only by the anxious, shallow breathing of the Argonauts huddled on the deck of the Argo. Then, you see the first telltale trickle, a shimmering, viscous bead of divine ichor, welling up from the now unguarded opening in the giant's massive bronze ankle. It begins slowly, almost hesitantly, as if the ichor itself is reluctant to leave its metallic confines. This is not the dark crimson of mortal blood, but something altogether more ethereal, more otherworldly. As we've contemplated, perhaps it gleams with a soft, golden luminescence, like liquid sunlight, or maybe it's as clear and pure as a mountain spring, yet carrying an almost palpable divine energy. Some ancient whispers even suggested ichor possessed a unique, unearthly fragrance, or that it was acrid and dangerous to mortal touch, capable of making the very ground barren where it spilled. Best not to go paddling in the rapidly forming divine ichor puddle, lads, one might imagine an older, more cautious Argonaut muttering. Might be wonderfully invigorating for your heroic constitution, or it might just dissolve your favorite sandals and possibly your feet along with them. Highly unpredictable stuff, divine bodily fluids. The initial, delicate trickle quickly gathers force. Droplets become a stream, the stream a gushing torrent, pouring forth from the colossus like wine from a suddenly unstoppered amphora. It flows out onto the rocky Cretan shore, shimmering and pooling, perhaps hissing faintly as it meets the cool stone or the salty sea spray. The sound of it, if there is one, might be a soft, sighing rush, or an unervingly silent cascade, the life force of a demigod draining away into the indifferent earth. That's certainly going to be a rather unique and somewhat challenging cleanup job for the local Cretan environmental services. Wanted, highly specialized sanitation crew, experienced in handling large-scale, possibly corrosive, divine fluid spills. Hazmat suits and a philosophical acceptance of the uncanny strongly recommended. Serious inquiries only, please. As the precious ichor spills forth, a visible change begins to come over the mighty Talos. At first, it's subtle. A slight tremor might run through his immense bronze frame, a barely perceptible shudder. The confident, almost arrogant poise he held moments before, boulder raised, ready to defend his island, begins to waver. Does he feel pain? Or is it more a profound, systemic confusion as his internal pressure drops, as the divine energy that powers him ebbs away? The myths are understandably quiet on the subjective experience of a deactivating bronze giant. His movements, if he attempts any, become slower, more ponderous, less certain. The brilliant gleam of his bronze skin, which once so dazzlingly reflected the Mediterranean sun, seems to dull, to lose its fiery luster, as if the inner light that animated him is dimming. The great boulder, held aloft for so long with such effortless strength, might now feel impossibly heavy. His metallic fingers might loosen their grip, the massive stone thudding heavily to the ground beside him, shaking the cliff edge. It's like watching a giant, incredibly dangerous, and previously quite terrifying bronze parade float suddenly spring a very significant, and very strategically placed, leak. 1 minute, he's an awe-inspiring, indomitable colossus, the next, he's looking decidedly wobbly and perhaps searching for a convenient place to sit down. Permanently. On board the Argo, the heroes watched this extraordinary spectacle with a mixture of emotions. The terror that had gripped them moments before begins to recede, replaced by a stunned, disbelieving awe. This seemingly invincible guardian, the terror of the Cretan seas, is deflating before their very eyes. There might be a grim sense of relief, certainly, but perhaps also a touch of something akin to pity, or at least a profound understanding of the magnitude of what they are witnessing. They are seeing the death of a being unique in all the world. Medea, for her part, might watch with a calm, analytical intensity, her expression unreadable. Is there a hint of triumph in her dark eyes, or a more complex emotion, acknowledging the awesome power she has unleashed, the irrevocable consequences of her cunning plan? She clearly didn't believe in half-measures. When Medea decided to unplug something, she made absolutely certain it stayed unplugged. That ankle was not getting repinned or divinely recorked anytime soon. The scholarly debate around the death or deactivation of such magically animated beings in mythology often touches upon questions of their perceived soul or animating principle. Was Talos considered truly alive in the same way as a mortal or a god? And what did the catastrophic loss of his divine ichor truly signify beyond a kind of spectacular mechanical or magical failure? The flow of ichor continues, relentless, unstoppable. It is his life, his strength, his very being, pouring out onto the indifferent rocks. The great bronze behemoth, the unblinking sentinel of Crete, is visibly weakening, his form beginning to list, his connection to the world of the living, or at least the animated, rapidly fading with every shimmering drop. His long vigil is nearing its unexpected, and rather messy, end. The divine ichor, once a gushing torrent, now perhaps a dwindling, shimmering stream, continues to seep from the fatal opening in Talos' massive bronze ankle. His immense frame, for so long an unwavering symbol of Cretan strength and invulnerable vigilance, is now racked with violent shudders, his equilibrium becoming ever more precarious. You witness, with a sense of inevitable, somber awe, the final, dramatic moments of Crete's legendary guardian, a titan forged in myth and metal, now on the very brink of his undoing. His movements, once so purposeful and imbued with an almost supernatural grace despite his size, become jerky, uncoordinated. His sense of balance, usually so impeccable as he navigated rugged cliff paths and waded through churning surf, is now doing the ancient Greek equivalent of a very unsteady, very metallic cha-cha, with a pronounced and increasingly alarming wobble. There might be a last, instinctual, or perhaps purely programmed, attempt to maintain his posture, to continue his eternal vigil, his great head trying to lift, his arms flailing slightly for balance. But the divine energy that fueled those powerful limbs is nearly exhausted, the ichor pressure that sustained his colossal structure rapidly diminishing. His mighty bronze legs, which had tirelessly circled the island countless times, begin to buckle and yield. Then, it begins. The fall. It's not a sudden, quick toppling, but a slow, almost agonizingly drawn-out descent, as befits a being of his monumental scale. He lurches, perhaps with a deep, groaning sound of stressed and tortured metal, a sound that seems to emanate from his very core. It's not just a thud you're anticipating, but more like a symphony of metallic despair, complete with percussive earth-shaking and a lingering echo of, "I probably should have read the fine print very carefully on that rather attractive immortality offer." He sways dangerously, a tower of gleaming bronze caught in the inexorable grip of gravity, his internal framework, if Daedalus indeed gave him one of wood or lesser metals, perhaps snapping and shearing with percussive cracks. Which way does he fall? Does he pitch forward, crashing onto the very cliffs he so long protected? Or does he topple backward, a colossal splash sending plumes of seawater high into the air as he meets the Aegean? Perhaps he crumples more directly downwards, his legs giving way beneath him, collapsing in on himself like a meticulously constructed sandcastle finally surrendering to the tide. The ancient accounts don't always specify the exact choreography of his demise, leaving it to your sleepy imagination to paint the most resonant picture. But the impact, when it comes, is cataclysmic. The earth itself groans and trembles violently for miles around, as if a localized earthquake has struck. A vast cloud of dust, powdered rock, and startled seabirds erupts into the air, momentarily obscuring the scene. Trees in the vicinity might be flattened as if by a hurricane, boulders dislodged from cliffs, the very coastline perhaps subtly reshaped by the sheer force of countless tons of solid bronze crashing down. That particular spot where Talos finally comes to rest probably became a designated no-build zone for a very, very long time. Darling, I've found a simply lovely plot for our new seaside villa. It's got a magnificent panoramic view, a gentle cooling breeze, and only a very slight, statistically insignificant chance of being further crushed by residual falling giant parts or undrained divine fluids. From the deck of the Argo, the heroes, along with Medea, watch this monumental collapse with a mixture of stunned silence, profound relief, and perhaps even a surprising, unexpected pang of something akin to sadness, or at least, awe at the passing of such a unique and mighty being. The immediate, terrifying threat is gone, but its ending is a spectacle of almost divine proportions. The air, once filled with the tension of imminent battle and the glint of a raised boulder, is now thick with dust and the echoes of a world-shaking crash. There lies Talos, no longer the proud, unblinking sentinel, but a ruined colossus. His once gleaming bronze body is now likely dented, broken, perhaps partially submerged in the earth or water, his limbs at unnatural, impossible angles. He is a fallen titan, a symbol of immense power brought low by a tiny flaw and the cunning of a sorceress. The concept of colossal statues was, of course, well known in the ancient world. The most famous, the Colossus of Rhodes, one of the Seven Wonders, was also a massive bronze figure that eventually collapsed in an earthquake, centuries after the supposed time of Talos. The image of such a giant falling, whether through natural disaster or mythical intervention, would have been a potent and memorable one, symbolizing the ephemeral nature of even the most imposing creations. The fall of giants is indeed a recurring and powerful motif in mythology across the globe. It often symbolizes the end of an old, perhaps more brutal or elemental, order, the triumph of new gods or clever heroes over raw, untamed power, or it serves as a poignant reminder of the inherent instability of excessive might, a cautionary tale whispered through the ages. Talos' magnificent, earth-shattering collapse fits seamlessly within these broader thematic frameworks, a dramatic full stop at the end of his long and lonely vigil. The unblinking eye of Crete is finally closed. The cataclysmic echoes of Talos' thunderous fall slowly, gradually, fade into the vastness of the Aegean sky, leaving behind a ringing, almost unnatural silence and a landscape dramatically, irrevocably altered. As the great, choking cloud of dust, pulverized rock, and startled, displaced earth begins to settle like a sorrowful shroud, you observe the immediate aftermath on this small, suddenly very significant stretch of the Cretan shore. Where moments before a proud, gleaming colossus stood sentinel, there is now only ruin. The sheer scale of the fallen giant is, if anything, even more imposing in his inert, broken state. His massive bronze limbs lie at unnatural, contorted angles, half buried in the crater his impact has gouged from the earth, or perhaps partially submerged in the now muddied, disturbed waters of the cove. That once impenetrable bronze hide is likely dented, scraped, and perhaps even cracked or torn in places from the sheer force of his collapse. He is no longer a guardian, but a monument to a sudden, violent end. The spilled ichor, that divine, shimmering lifeblood, has now largely seeped into the thirsty ground, leaving dark, strange stains on the rocks, or perhaps it has mingled with the seawater, creating an unnatural, oily sheen upon the waves. The air, thick with the scent of crushed stone and disturbed earth, also carries that faint, otherworldly metallic tang of the ichor. On the deck of the Argo, the heroes, who had been braced for imminent destruction, now stand or slump in stunned, almost disbelieving silence. The immediate, overwhelming relief is a palpable thing, a wave washing over them, so potent it's almost as staggering as the fear that preceded it. They have survived. The unbreachable guardian has been breached. The unkillable foe lies still. But this relief is likely tempered with a profound awe, and perhaps a lingering caution. Someone, probably one of the more pragmatic and less easily flustered heroes, eventually pokes the nearest bit of fallen giant with a very, very long spear. Is he just having a bit of a lie down? Taking a well-deserved 5 millennia nap? Or is that the more permanent, kindly forward all my celestial mail to the underworld, care of Hades sort of stillness? Better to be absolutely sure before anyone starts celebrating too loudly. Jason, as their leader, might be the first to find his voice, though it would likely be hoarse and shaky. His gaze would sweep over his weary, battle-worn crew, then towards Medea, who perhaps watches the scene with a calm, almost detached intensity, the true architect of this astonishing victory. There would be a dawning, perhaps slightly fearful, new respect for her in the eyes of many Argonauts. Her power, her cunning, had achieved what all their combined heroic might could not. Medea was probably already thinking, right, one inconveniently aggressive, oversized metal guardian successfully decommissioned. What's next on Jason's seemingly impossible tasks that require my very specific and often underappreciated skill set list? And does anyone on this God's forsaken ship have a decent cup of strong herbal tea? The throat gets terribly dry during high-stakes magical confrontations. The island itself seems to hold its breath. The familiar, rhythmic, if sometimes unsettling, presence of Talos' patrol in this sector is abruptly gone. The silence he leaves behind is profound, broken only by the gentle lapping of waves, the distant cries of gulls slowly returning to investigate the commotion, and perhaps the rustling of leaves as small animals, terrified by the crash, cautiously emerge from their hiding places. For any local Cretans who might have lived near enough to witness or hear the colossal fall, the experience would be one of sheer terror and utter confusion. Their invincible protector, a fixture of their world, a being they perhaps revered or feared but certainly relied upon, has been inexplicably, violently undone. The aftermath of great battles or the fall of legendary figures in myth often brings this period of eerie quiet, an unnatural stillness that hangs in the air before the full consequences begin to unfold. It's like the universe itself has briefly hit the mute button, just to allow everyone, mortal and divine, a few precious moments to process the fact that a giant metal dude just rather spectacularly face-planted into their island. The specific cove where Talos now lies, a tangle of bronze and earth, probably wasn't going to be featured in Cretan Dream Holiday Homes Monthly anytime in the near, or even distant, future. Charming, secluded seaside location, the speculative Bronze Age real estate brochure might read, now with unique, historically significant, large-scale metallic art installation. A real fixer-upper opportunity for the ambitious deconstruction enthusiast or the aspiring scrap metal magnate. The immediate task for the Argonauts, once they are truly convinced that Talos poses no further threat, would be to assess their own situation. They are still weary, their ship still battered, their need for fresh water and supplies still acute. But now, at least, this particular stretch of the Cretan coast is unguarded. The path to the shore, and to the life-giving resources they so desperately need, is finally clear, albeit littered with the considerable wreckage of their former adversary. The silence on the shore is a silence of ending, but also, for the Argonauts, a silence pregnant with the possibility of a brief, much-needed respite. The dust, disturbed by the colossal impact of Talos' fall, has largely settled now, a fine, gritty powder coating the surrounding landscape and the stunned, silent forms of the Argonauts as they cautiously begin to venture ashore. The immediate, heart-pounding shock of the giant's collapse has passed, replaced by a profound, almost surreal quiet. Your gaze, however, lingers on that immense, inert form sprawled across the Cretan earth, no longer a terrifying, rock-wielding guardian, but a broken sentinel, a silent, metallic testament to a power unmade. You contemplate the wreckage. It is a scene of almost unimaginable scale. Acres of bronze, once gleaming and purposeful, now lie twisted, dented, and perhaps in places, horrifyingly sundered. A massive shoulder juts from the earth at an unnatural angle, its once smooth plates buckled. A colossal hand, its fingers uncurled in a final, metallic sigh, rests near a grove of shattered olive trees. And there, starkly visible on one of his great, felled legs, is the small, now empty, opening in his ankle, the tiny portal through which his divine life force, his ichor, so catastrophically drained away. It seems almost absurdly small, this fatal flaw, in comparison to the sheer, overwhelming bulk of the ruined giant. He went from imposing island guardian of unquestionable might to slightly depressing, avant-garde scrap metal sculpture park, in one very loud, very decisive, and earth-trembling step. A tough career change for any self-respecting colossus. Even in this state of utter ruin, the remains of Talos are a profound testament to the incredible ingenuity that brought him into existence. Whether forged in the divine fires of Hephaestus's Olympian workshop or meticulously assembled by the unparalleled human genius of Daedalus, the ambition, the sheer audacity of his design, is breathtaking. You can almost see, amidst the bent plates and exposed inner workings, if any are visible, the ghost of that original, perfect form, the precision of its construction, the almost unimaginable skill required to animate such a vast mass of metal. He was a marvel, a wonder of a bygone age, and even his fragmented remains whisper of that lost, legendary craftsmanship. Yet, just as powerfully, he is a testament to vulnerability. His fall speaks to the inherent fragility that can lie hidden beneath even the most formidable exterior. For all his invulnerable bronze, for all his tireless strength, he was brought down by the exploitation of a single, minuscule weakness. It's a timeless, poignant lesson, one that echoes through countless myths and legends. Even the mightiest can fall, and sometimes, the greater the power, the more surprising, the more specific, the fatal flaw. If he were to have a hastily scrawled epitaph on a nearby, unusually large piece of driftwood, it might read something like, "Here lies Talos." He was very big, very shiny, and possessed one unfortunately critical, and now rather well-known, design flaw. Mostly harmless now, we think. Mind the rather sharp, jagged edges as you pass. As a ruin, Talos now begins a new phase of his existence. Like the fallen temples of ancient gods or the toppled statues of forgotten kings, he becomes a landmark, a story etched into the very fabric of the Cretan landscape. Over time, nature itself would begin its slow, patient reclamation. Wild vines might creep over his bronze limbs, their green tendrils a stark contrast to the weathered metal. Birds might build their nests in the sheltered hollows of his broken torso. The spilled ichor, if it didn't render the ground entirely barren, might eventually fade, or perhaps give rise to strange, unearthly flowers. There are, in fact, quirky folktales in many cultures around the world about giants whose fallen bodies become integrated into the landscape, a craggy mountain range forming from a sleeping giant's spine, a series of hills from his knuckles, a deep lake from his footprint. Talos, in his magnificent ruin, could easily be imagined to become just such a feature, his story slowly blending with the local geography, his various parts pointed out by Cretan shepherds to their wide-eyed children for generations to come. They say that particularly imposing, oddly shin-shaped ridge over there. That's where Talos' left leg landed. And that rather unusually deep, metallic-smelling bay just beyond it. Formed when his enormous elbow made a rather significant divot in the coastline. Probably. Archaeologists and classicists often ponder the afterlife of such monumental structures and significant artifacts from the ancient world. How were they perceived and treated by later cultures who stumbled upon their remains? Were they plundered for their valuable materials, and Talos represents an almost unimaginable wealth of bronze, or were they revered as sacred relics of a glorious, heroic age, or perhaps reinterpreted through the lens of new mythological beliefs and local folklore? While the romantic notion is of Talos remaining a permanent, brooding ruin, the historical reality is that such a vast quantity of high-quality bronze would have been an irresistible temptation for salvage. You can almost bet some enterprising Bronze Age scrap merchant, perhaps after a respectful waiting period, or perhaps not, was already doing some hopeful calculations on the back of a handy pottery shard. Several hundred tons of premium grade, divinely touched bronze, that'll make an awful lot of very fancy, albeit possibly slightly cursed, cooking pots and plowshares. For now, though, he is simply a fresh ruin, a testament to a dramatic encounter, a broken sentinel whose long watch has finally, irrevocably, ended. The ingenuity that birthed him and the vulnerability that undid him lie exposed for all to see, a silent, metallic sermon on the Cretan shore. The great bronze sentinel, Talos, now lies in monumental, silent ruin upon the Cretan shore, his once gleaming form a testament to a dramatic and fatal encounter. But while his physical presence is broken, his story, the awe-inspiring legend of his existence, his tireless vigil, and his ultimate, spectacular fall, is, in a way, just beginning its own long and fascinating journey. It's a story destined to be carried forth in scattered, evolving fragments, born on the currents of time and shaped by the voices of countless storytellers, each adding their own particular hue to the ancient narrative. You can imagine the tales taking flight almost immediately. The Argonauts themselves, having finally secured their much-needed water and supplies from the now unguarded Cretan cove, would be among the primary sources. As they continue their perilous, winding journey back to Greece, the story of their encounter with the bronze giant, and his defeat at the hands of Medea's cunning and magic, would become a central, thrilling chapter in their own epic saga. Each hero aboard the Argo might recount the events with slightly different emphasis, perhaps subtly burnishing their own role or a comrade's bravery, or dwelling on the sheer terror and relief of that momentous confrontation. The story of Talos passed through so many individual storytellers, even just within the Argo's crew initially. It's a wonder he didn't end up as a moderately tall tin soldier with a slight, almost imperceptible limp and a penchant for collecting seashells by the time it was first formally written down centuries later. Oral tradition, as you know, is basically myth-making by enthusiastic committee, with generous helpings of dramatic embellishments for flavor. Back on Crete, the local islanders who witnessed the cataclysmic fall, or those who later stumbled upon the colossal, inexplicable wreckage, would weave their own versions. For them, it might be a tale tinged with fear, with confusion, perhaps even with a sense of profound loss for their mighty, if somewhat intimidating, protector. How could such a being be undone? Who were these strangers who had brought about his ruin? Their stories would mingle with existing Cretan folklore, perhaps linking Talos' fall to ancient prophecies or the displeasure of local deities. One could easily imagine a Bay of the Fallen Giant, or a Rock of Talos' Broken Ankle, becoming a landmark on some future Cretan map, a place of cautionary tales. A local tour guide, many generations later, might tell wide-eyed visitors, and if you look very closely at this unusually large, distinctly ankle-shaped rock formation, legend says it's precisely where Talos stubbed his toe right before, well, you know the rest of the rather messy story. 5 drachmas for a closer look, please, and absolutely no touching the potentially still faintly cursed ichor stains. And then there are the sailors, those indefatigable carriers of news and marvels throughout the ancient Mediterranean. The tale of Talos' defeat, even more sensational than the stories of his mere existence, would become a prized addition to their repertoire. In every port, from the bustling harbors of Egypt to the newly founded colonies in Sicily and southern Italy, the story would be told and retold, likely growing more fantastical with each iteration. Talos' size might increase, Medea's magic become even more potent, the ichor spill more voluminous and dramatically described. Over centuries, these myriad oral traditions would begin to be captured in written form, though many of the earliest epic poems and sagas that might have detailed Talos' full story are now lost to us. What we have are often fragments, allusions, or later compilations. The great Hellenistic poet Apollonius of Rhodes, in his epic poem The Argonautica from the 3rd century BCE, gives one of the most detailed surviving accounts of Talos' encounter with Jason and Medea. The mythographer Apollodorus, writing perhaps in the 1st or 2nd century CE, includes Talos in his Bibliotheca, a valuable, if somewhat dry, compendium of Greek myths. Even the philosopher Plato, centuries earlier, makes a passing reference to Talos, not as a monster, but as a guardian who patrolled Crete enforcing Minos's laws, suggesting a more ancient, perhaps more benevolent, iteration of the legend. These written accounts help to fix certain versions of the myth, but the very existence of multiple, sometimes contradictory, details within them speaks to the rich and varied oral traditions that preceded them. Trying to find the one true, original version of Talos' story is like trying to find the one true, original recipe for your grandmother's legendary stew. Everyone remembers it slightly differently, everyone insists their particular version is the definitive one, and it usually involves a bit more paprika, or in this case, perhaps a bit more divine intervention or magical prowess. Classicists and literary historians often trace precisely this evolution of specific myths through different textual sources. They meticulously analyze how characters, crucial plot points, and underlying thematic emphases change over time, reflecting shifting cultural values, new literary conventions, or the individual creative concerns and biases of different authors. Ancient authors retelling these myths were, in a sense, the original fan fiction writers. I quite like the basic narrative structure of Talos and the Argonauts, one might muse, but what if Medea employed 3 distinct types of powerful magic instead of just 2? And what if Poesis' arrow was, like, extra pointy and whistled a heroic tune as it flew? Let's workshop this, shall we? And so, the legacy of Talos survives, not as an intact bronze colossus, but in these scattered, evolving fragments of story. He endures as a powerful cautionary tale about the vulnerability that can accompany even the greatest strength, as a testament to the heights of divine or human ingenuity in his creation, and as a classic example of the triumph of cunning, Metis, over brute force, Bia. His story, shaped and reshaped by countless voices, continues to echo, a faint, metallic whisper from the distant Bronze Age, inviting us to piece together the legend of the broken sentinel from the rich, fascinating debris of myth. As the fragmented, multifaceted story of Talos, the bronze guardian of Crete, echoes down through the long corridors of ages, shaped by countless telling voices and preserved in the venerable script of ancient texts, you find yourself gently reflecting. Your thoughts drift like soft clouds on a summer sky, pondering the deeper currents, the timeless, resonant themes that hum quietly within this extraordinary tale from the dim, sun-drenched shores of the Aegean Bronze Age. One of the most prominent echoes is, of course, the ancient and enduring human fascination with the concept of artificial life. Talos stands as a magnificent, if rather imposing, example of this dream, or perhaps this anxiety, of creating beings in our own image, or in an image that serves our purposes. He is, in a very real sense, a precursor to all the robots, automatons, androids, and AI companions that have populated our fiction and our technological aspirations ever since. Talos was basically Bronze Age AI, version 0.1 beta, you might muse. His primary programmed functions were patrol island perimeter, accurately hurl very large geological projectiles at unauthorized vessels, and maintain an aura of intimidating, metallic invincibility. Updates for engaging in witty seaside banter, composing epic poetry, or deeply considering the philosophical ramifications of his own existence were, unfortunately, never fully developed or released. His story invites those quiet, sleepy questions: what constitutes life? Can a being crafted of metal and animated by a divine fluid possess a form of consciousness, however alien? What purpose does such a being truly serve, and what are the responsibilities of its creator? Then there is the profound theme of protection, and its many complex facets. The desire for security, for an ultimate, unwavering guardian to shield us from the dangers of a hostile world, is a fundamental human instinct. Talos embodies this desire in its most extreme form, a tireless, invulnerable sentinel. Having Talos as your designated island protector is a bit like having a guard dog the size of a small mountain range. Exceptionally effective at keeping undesirables, pirates, and General ne'er-do-wells far, far away, but you probably wouldn't want him accidentally sleeping on your prize-winning olive grove, and his attempts at playing fetch could have serious geological repercussions. But his legend also whispers of the inherent limits of such protection. Even Talos, for all his might, could not guard Crete forever, nor could he ultimately protect himself from a cleverly exploited flaw. There's a subtle question too, about the cost of such perfect, overwhelming protection. Does it foster a sense of secure dependency, or does it subtly stifle, creating an undercurrent of fear or an over-reliance on the protector itself, diminishing the protected's own resilience. And, of course, there is the timeless, almost archetypal theme of the downfall of the mighty. It's a tale as old as time, or at least, as old as the invention of really big, impressively powerful entities with one, often surprisingly small, vulnerable ankle region. A mighty being is created or rises to great power, this being performs its designated function with unparalleled prowess, but somewhere within its design or its destiny lies a tiny, almost insignificant flaw. Cue the dramatic music, the intervention of fate or cunning, and a rather messy, often earth-shattering, denouement. It's a classic narrative arc for a very good reason. The story of Talos fits perfectly alongside countless other myths of fallen giants, toppled titans, and humbled heroes. There's a certain catharsis, perhaps, or a grim satisfaction, in seeing immense power brought low, a reminder that nothing, no matter how formidable, is truly eternal or beyond the reach of change and decay. The Bronze Age collapse itself, that real historical period around 1200 BCE which saw the widespread decline and fall of many great Mediterranean civilizations, might even find faint, symbolic echoes in myths of fallen giants or the passing of a heroic, golden age. These themes, the dream of artificial life, the complexities of protection, the inevitable downfall of the mighty, are not isolated threads but are intricately woven together in the legend of Talos. His artificial nature makes his role as protector unique, and his mighty status makes his eventual downfall all the more poignant and resonant. The interpretation of such ancient myths, whether as faint reflections of actual historical events, as expressions of deep-seated societal anxieties, or as embodiments of universal human archetypes, is a continuous and wonderfully engaging area of discussion among mythologists, historians, and literary critics. Various schools of thought offer different lenses through which to understand these enduring stories, each perspective adding another layer of richness to our appreciation. You might even ponder, in a truly quirky, philosophical moment fit for the deepest hours of the night, something like the ship of Theseus paradox in relation to Talos. That ancient thought experiment questions whether an object that has had all of its original components replaced over time remains fundamentally the same object. Talos, as a divinely or humanly crafted construct, raises similar, though distinct, questions about identity and being. What truly made him, Talos, beyond his gleaming bronze shell and the divine ichor that coursed within him? If you had gradually replaced all of Talos' constituent bronze plates one by one, would he still be the same essential Talos at the end of the process? Or would he be a very shiny, slightly confused imposter with a burgeoning existential crisis and a sudden craving for a different patrol route? Deep thoughts indeed, for 3 a.m., or for gently drifting off to sleep. These Bronze Age echoes, carried on the soft, sleepy winds of myth, remind us that the questions and ties of our distant ancestors are often not so different from our own, just clad in more fantastical, mythological garments. The story of Talos, the bronze giant, continues to resonate, a timeless reflection on creation, power, and the enduring human spirit that dreams, builds, and ultimately, remembers. As these timeless themes of creation, the burdens of protection, and the inevitable, often poignant, downfall of the mighty settles softly and gently in your mind, you watch as the physical reality of Talos, even the stark image of his mighty ruin upon the Cretan shore, begins to recede further. His story, once a tale of immediate, terrifying presence, slowly dissolves, transforming into the soft, enveloping, and ever-shifting mists of pure, enduring legend. His transformation into legend is a gradual process, like the weathering of his own bronze by centuries of sun and sea spray, had he remained standing. The sharp edges of fear he once inspired begin to soften with the passage of time and the retelling of his tale around countless hearths and in quiet, lamplit courtyards. The Argonauts, of course, carried their version, a dramatic first-hand account of a terrifying obstacle overcome by Medea's brilliant, if unsettling, cunning. Cretan islanders, those who lived under his shadow or discovered his colossal remains, would pass down their own fragmented memories, perhaps tinged with a lingering awe, a touch of sorrow for their lost, if formidable, protector, or even a cautionary fear of the powers that could undo such a being. Sailors, those tireless weavers of far-fetched narratives, would ensure his story, in its most sensational and embellished forms, echoed in every port across the known world. Talos, in death, perhaps achieved an even wider, if less immediately impactful, fame. It's like finally getting that Lifetime Achievement Award, but instead of a small, tastefully engraved statuette, you are the statue. Or, well, you were the very large, very memorable statue. And as the centuries turn, as the vibrant Bronze Age itself, with its palaces and its heroes, fades into a more shadowy, myth-laden past, the memory of Talos might take on a different hue. He becomes less the immediate, rock-hurling menace, and more a figure of tragic grandeur. The gentle giant aspect, a title that might seem counterintuitive given his defensive methods, perhaps emerges from this softened perspective. His purpose, after all, was fundamentally protective, even if his execution of that duty was somewhat robust. He was a guardian, albeit a terrifyingly efficient one. Perhaps gentle refers not to his actions, but to the underlying, sorrowful loneliness of his vigil, or the tragic nature of his single, fatal flaw. His Yelp reviews, if such a system existed in ancient Crete, would undoubtedly be very mixed: 5 stars for island security, unparalleled deterrence. -3 stars for rather aggressive boulder-based complaint handling and lack of diplomatic finesse. His woes, the circumstances of his creation and his ultimate demise, indeed become a lesson for the ages, a story rich with allegory. There's the ever-pertinent caution about the danger of a single, overlooked vulnerability, a reminder that even the most formidable defenses can be undone by a small, well-placed insight. There's the testament to the power of intellect and cunning, as embodied by Medea, prevailing where brute force finds itself utterly impotent. And there's the poignant reflection on the nature of constructs, of beings made rather than born, and the inherent limitations or tragic destinies that often seem to accompany them in myth. The end of the Bronze Age in the Aegean, around 1200 BCE, was, as historical fact tells us, a period of widespread societal collapse and disruption, often referred to as the Greek Dark Ages. Literacy, like the linear B script, was largely lost for a time, and monumental building ceased. Stories from the brighter, more heroic Bronze Age, like that of Talos, would have been preserved primarily through the fragile yet surprisingly resilient medium of oral tradition during these centuries, undoubtedly undergoing significant transformation, becoming more legend than precise memory before eventually being committed to writing much later. The process by which historical events or figures, if any truly lay behind such myths, are transformed into legend over these long centuries of oral transmission is a central and fascinating question for folklorists and historians. How much, if any, truth remains, and how much is the accretion of poetic imagination, symbolic meaning, or the simple human love of a good, dramatic story? Sometimes, very ancient, almost forgotten local deities or guardian spirits can get rebranded or absorbed into the myths of later, more popular gods or heroes. Talos, while remaining a distinct figure, certainly shares thematic space with other mythological guardians, divine servants, or tragic, larger-than-life beings. It's almost as if ancient mythic figures had exceptionally busy agents, constantly trying to keep their clients relevant. Right, Talos, my boy, your current giant rock-throwing automaton with a problematic ankle gig is a tad niche for the current market. How about we lean into the tragic symbol of flawed invincibility and the bittersweet nature of eternal vigilance angle? Much more pathos, broader appeal, really resonates with the post-Bronze Age demographic. And so, Talos fades, not into oblivion, but into the timeless realm of myth. He becomes a name, a story, a collection of potent images, the gleam of bronze in the Mediterranean sun, the shadow of a giant falling, the shimmer of divine ichor spilling onto ancient earth. His roar, if he ever had one, is silenced, replaced by the soft whisper of the wind carrying his legend through the ages. His woes are now gentle sorrows, his might a distant echo, a lesson learned and relearned with each sleepy retelling of his tale. The memory of the great bronze sentinel softens, the sharp edges of his terror smoothed by the endless, gentle lapping of time's tide against the shores of imagination. You feel the story drawing to its quiet close, the adventure complete, the great giant now at rest, not just upon the Cretan soil, but within the vast, peaceful landscape of legend where all true myths ultimately reside. The island of Crete itself continues to dream under the Aegean sun, its ancient stones holding countless untold stories, its olive groves whispering secrets to the breeze. And Talos, the gentle giant, though long fallen, remains a part of that dream, a faint, metallic shimmer in the folklore of the world, a guardian whose duty is finally, peacefully, done. The last images of his colossal, broken form begin to dissolve, replaced by the serene darkness behind your eyelids, a darkness filled with the quiet, enduring magic of a story told, a journey ended. Let the waves of the wine-dark sea be your final lullaby, as the last echoes of the Bronze Age fade into the tranquil silence of your deepest, most restful slumber.